right?
Probably. So
Yeah.
what are they doing?
You need to scoot over more. You're not in the frame.
Looks like we got a picture.
Yeah. And pretty good sound check. Yeah, Chris, I've used masking tape a lot in the construction industry.
I always carry duct tape and electrical tape.
Now my skin is so, I mean, I've had so much sun from southern Arizona, I'm afraid to put duct tape on it. It might rip it off.
Peel it off.
Yep. Okay, we got a good sound check here. Looks like we got the right camera running. Okay. The wind is kind of whistling outside. Is that a problem for anyone or not? I don't think it will be, but let me know. Hey, Gold Panner, Jeff, Chris.
Hello, guys.
Yep. Yeah, Jeff, you're in Florida. We're in Montana. It's warmer here. Whoa.
Yeah, scary here. We're gonna get slapped one of these days.
He's saying it's gonna go the other way and we're all gonna die. Yeah.
No, it's gonna just pay it. It's the payback.
Balancing.
You know, it'll balance.
Okay. That's good, Chris. Oh, anyhow. Well, we had a fun weekend at the mine. Eva and I. The weather was quite temperate for this time of year, which made it nice. Hey, Smoking. A couple of stripers in the back, huh? And so anyhow, that made it kind of nice. Friday, it wasn't even windy. It was ridiculous. Terry says, good evening. Notice Eva, Keith, and Jim. See?
Yeah.
We know who he's thinking about there. That's right. But anyhow.
Hi, everybody.
So it was quite temperate. And that was good. Saturday was pretty breezy, though. Chris says hi. Jeff says hi.
Hello, everyone.
And so that was nice. We saw more than the usual vehicles. We saw one, two. I saw one Sunday morning. It was a Suburban. It was gray with an orange stripe or something like that.
So you saw one I didn't see.
Yeah, you were snoozing peacefully. No gold though. Well, I never see gold. It's in the rock, but it's not the sort of thing that I can get in the field. I brought back not much, about 300 pounds of ore. David says, howdy, boys and the goddess.
Howdy.
And so the job was basically to try and get that timber set in and that 5-foot ladder track, which was critical. And in that really tight confines like that, it's pretty hard to work. So it was, not the fastest I could work. Everything was breaking up fine except for that stupid kryptonite. That stuff is insane. That's some pretty tough stuff. And I'm thinking Sierra blaster for that. Oh, Terry thinks you are a goddess, Dave. Okay.
Well, derp.
Hello, ladies. Ladies. That's
Hello,
plural,
Bryce.
isn't it? I'll think that means more than one.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so I'm thinking there may be a Sierra blaster in our future here.
Yeah, that might be the best way to handle that stuff.
I think so. Yeah, it's just laughing at that Hilti.
Between the iron and the quartz, it's bonded pretty good, I think.
That's some tough stuff. And this is that rock that I showed that I'd found where I was digging that socket for the post.
Cool, Chris.
Okay. They're a little expensive, but I think I can
Well,
probably,
if you get a deal on them, let us know.
yep. But anyhow, so under the loop, you can actually see some silvery sulfides in there. That white is quartz. That's a fresh face I broke. And the white is quartz. It's not microcrystalline, but it's small crystals. You can actually see individual
it's
crystals.
Yeah, it's chite. Though.
It's crystalline quartz, but they're small crystals. And so this was not the main, not to my knowledge, smoking.
Yeah, that would be possible, Terry, with a diamond blade. That
You're
would
gonna
be
wear out diamond blades pretty quick, though.
Well,
yeah.
you got to have a little bit of water. You'd need a little backpack sprayer with some water or something.
Yeah.
But that would be possible.
That'll give you
The
something.
problem is it's so hard to work. You're such a confined space.
Well, thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. But I say it's just, and it's only about that wide too, which is annoying. You know,
Yeah.
It's like it wouldn't take much, but it's just not going. But this stuff here does not appear to be perpendicular vein. This appears to be more of a pack rat structure. This was in the wall rock. And so that to me is pretty interesting.
Oh, Thalia.
Hello, Thalia. We're doing fine.
Hi, Talia.
And hi, BC.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta have to drill a much bigger hole for expanding grout.
And probably more of them because that's such hard placement.
Yeah. But a grinder with a diamond blade has potential. Yeah. It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, then you might be able to put a chisel in there or feathers and wedge and pop it.
Yeah, something.
You know, if you did cut it to relieve it some, you might be able to start popping pieces on it.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I say that stuff is just tough. How hard is the rock adjacent? Not terribly. No. Plus, I say the way I'm digging it, I can easily dig around it and then just pop it off. So it shouldn't be too hard to get proper relief. About 10 inches thick. I say it's another vein in the. You can see it's kind of a complicated structure. There's a black vein material on the left of the view, and then there's the more crumbly limonite type stuff, and then there's about this much of that quartz. I can't channel both sides too well at this point, but I could theoretically in the might be able to in the future. But we're going to be burning up a lot of diamond blades if we were to try mining like that. If it was just one chunk, that would make a lot more sense, but it seems to be a whole structure in there.
Yeah, you're going to be dealing with it again. Yeah,
I think
all the way down, probably.
Well, and it's going to get worse because as I increase the steepness of the decline, the slice I'm taking out is going to get wider and wider, and therefore farther and farther away from where they blasted in the past.
Right.
So it's going to be less and less tenderized.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a couple inches on each side, that'd be halfway through it. But so that was thoroughly undesirable. But we shall see what we shall see. I don't have a carbide chisel, but the that hilty bit is fairly tough. If I can get an actual crack in there, it might be able to do something.
Yeah, no, I agree, Chris.
Oh, the wall rock is easy to clear out. Well, there's wall rock on one side, and there's that limonite vein on the other, and it's not hard to expose. You can see in the video, it's kind of sticking out. But the wall rock is pretty easy to break up. And as a matter of fact, near the top there, I can see why they got the lagging. I may have to put up some more and do like you suggested with the spray and foam,
Right.
you know, because when I was jacking things up and stuff, stuff was trickling and falling and, you know, not on me,
That's
just past me.
Cheap spray foam works really good for just kind of
Sealing it up.
just kind of keeping it where it's at.
That's not bad, Terry.
That was a good buy, Terry.
Yeah, that's not bad. I like that idea. Where did you get it? Mining Journal or something like that, or on the internet?
I haven't seen a used one for sale, so
I don't know.
I don't know. I
Let's
guess
see.
you can usually find something used if you hunt long enough.
Let's see. Sierra Blaster for sale. Let's see what happens.
Take you to
Wow, those are sandblasters. Sierra Blaster LLC. Gold Miner Tools.
that would be new.
Price
eBay. There's it could be from a dealer.
$375.
Discount 71% off.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an
know.
idea.
If you can find one used,
Yeah, we'll
I mean,
see.
at least even if you
It's
had
the
to
off
buy a few
season.
parts, yeah,
Yeah, it's the off season.
could happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I say we'll work on that. Yeah, I've shut the mill down in terms of it's starting to get too cold to be able to trust stuff. So I'm just going to be recirculating the solution that's in circuit, let it go into the pregnant pond, and then pump it through the resin, let it dump back onto the tailings, and just
Recycle.
just
Yeah,
keep recycling it.
Keep catching what you can get.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And until everything just freezes up. But that I can do safely. May have to start pulling the pump out of that pond. This morning I went out there. I have 3 pumps. They're all identical from Ace.
Mm-hmm.
And one was in the pregnant tank, one was in the barren tank, one was in the pregnant pond. And the one in the pregnant tank, which was empty, wouldn't start. I pulled the screen off and the shaft turns easily, but it is not starting. It's drawing power. When I plug it in, you can hear the generator lug down. So there must be something wrong with the motor.
Could be.
Not sure what, but it's not frozen. But there's something definitely wrong with it.
Motor starter's bad or something.
I have no idea. But I can move the other ones around for now. Well, maybe it was for her.
Well,
But anyhow.
safer than what you could use.
Oh, yeah. And so, as I say, I think that would be the way to do it for now. Just kind of recirculate it and get what gold I can out of it.
Yeah.
Hey, blind dude. Hey, Lars. So that's my plan there, but there's no reason I can't go down to the mine as long as I got decent access and it's not too bitterly cold, and keep mining away. I've got a do you have plans for the wash plant you made? Oh, he must have been talking to Lars. Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I don't have a wash plant per se. And so there's no reason I can't go down there on a regular basis and bust rock and go deeper. My big problem is going to be someone else at the bottom of the high line offloading buckets.
Right.
Because Eva can only do so much. I'm not sure, Gold Panner.
It's similar.
They're
It's
very
a similar
similar.
product. It's just the ignition, I think.
But I'm not sure of those. Lars
One of-
says the same. Maybe it's just a different label.
Yeah, a different company, different manufacturer.
Yeah, it's blowing a bit up here, David.
Yeah, it's blowing really good.
Been that way. This is Montana.
We don't like amazing.
I'm fantabulous.
Wouldn't say amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we could try that too. Try looking for Microblaster and see what comes up.
I think I've looked them both up, and it seems to me they were similar. And some of them are air activated, and some are electrical activated. And
I think
I
the
guess for
micro
me,
is air.
yeah, for me, I think I would rather have the electrical charge than the air. But it's whatever.
Yeah, I like electrical initiation.
Polka Face was talking to you on that.
So
as
the
far
video
as,
of the tanks you
as
use
far
for
as a drawing or the layout.
I saw a video of the tanks you use for capturing gold. I don't see a layout thingy there,
Well,
do
that
you?
was his question. If you had complete plans for that system, and not yet, really. Right?
Not really at this point. And that would be a little hard to do inside a timber set, Jeff. It could work further down when the wind's blowing the right way and sucking the air up. But those IBCs aren't ideal for both the agitation and the dumping when you're done. You got to hose out the stuff on the bottom.
Stuff, yeah.
And so I think I'm going to see about a conical bottom tank. There's actually a square slope bottom hopper out there at the ranch. And we may see about just extending the height.
Fabricate a tank yourself. You
Yeah.
can do that.
The negative of that composed to, say, like a fiberglass conical bottom tank
Or
is
poly.
weight.
Well, yeah.
This thing
The
is,
poly probably rinses out so much better and cleans up easier too than a metal.
well, this thing is, I mean, you're looking at it, it's like, it looks like 500 pounds.
Oh yeah.
Empty.
Yeah. Once it's set in place, though, you shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, for out at the ranch, that might work. But we'd like to go out and actually set up something closer to the mine next year if possible. He has a patented claim. What is it, about 2 miles by?
Yeah, probably
Crow fly?
2 miles as the crow flies.
About 2 miles by the crow flies. And so that would, I think that's where he's looking to go with that for next year. We shall see. Of course, everything's up in the air for next year, unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
And so we shall see what we shall see. I think some of those conical bottom tanks were only like $500.
Yeah, a small,
and
300-gallon conical tanks are not expensive.
and it for something that small and as I say, with a plastic tank, you can just roll
they're
it
ready
around.
they're ready to plumb. They're all set up.
So I'm leaning that direction in terms of my preference, but we shall see what we shall see. The basic concept seems to work okay in terms of the leaching. Later on, once I've done a fair amount of rinsing of the tailings with leach solution, I will send some off for assay and see what the residual still is in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have, right now I got 25 gallons of nice, clean, pregnant solution. 10 gallons has already been blended and assayed. The other 15 is nice and clear, and I'm just going to blend that and store it for the winter for doing tests. I have some ideas, which may be confidential in terms of the another way of dealing with the getting the gold into the resin. So I'll keep that on the QT for the moment. That may be patentable. Patrick's here early tonight. Wow. He says hi, little one.
He's sitting at home in Australia, not being able to do anything.
Oh, that's horrible over there.
Yeah, that's insane.
There was a.
Well, Austria is as bad
Yeah, I've
now.
seen that.
What is it with Aus? I don't know. Yeah, I saw a better picture of that crowd in Melbourne that we were looking at, and they estimated 50,000. I'd go with that. They said that's the biggest non-leftist crowd they've ever had in Melbourne. And there's a song called "I Am Australian," and I think, first of all, it's a great song. It was well crafted, but it's also very well crafted to be sung by a big crowd and really get the energy going. And they were singing that there, and it was an amazing sight. It really was. Yeah, Pat, I'm jealous that you guys have a better song than we do over here. I mean, I like "Proud to be an American" and a few others too, but "I Am Australian," that's pretty darn good. And you wash your plants in a tub of water? The drone shot I saw, while some estimates were over 100,000, I go more with the 50,000 or a little bit more.
We don't know.
I've sold a lot of kettle corn to crowds, and I've seen big crowds and stuff. And my thought was around 50, 60. But yeah, it was a big crowd. That was not a small crowd there. And I noticed the police didn't show up. But anyhow, when they sang, did you see them sing the "I Am Australian," Patrick? I mean, that brought more than one tear to my eye. That was just amazing. And I say that was really a special thing. It would have been nice to have been there, so to speak.
Well, we're thinking about you guys. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, it's an interesting situation, but so doing some resin testing. Now, I just got the numbers today, so I haven't thoroughly analyzed everything, and unfortunately, for some reason, I don't even have a head grade for the first batch of resin I ran. I think it's about 28 parts per million, but that is a guess, not a
Scientific knowledge.
yeah, or actual knowledge. But the second and third full speed runs at about 100 gallons an hour. We're clearly loading the stage one pretty full. Even in the first run, towards the beginning and towards the end of the run, you could see the difference. The output of the stage one went from 2.76 parts per million to 3.82. So it's clearly loading up. And the next run was 100 gallons. And stage one only got 46% recovery, but stage two got 42%. Stage three, 7%. And the output was 0.98 parts per million. So we're still getting 95% recovery, because that I did get a head grade on. And then the fourth run got the stage one was only getting 27% recovery. It's really loading up.
Right. So you're losing your efficiency. The more loaded it gets.
Yeah, the more loaded it gets.
Okay, well, that gives you an answer to a question.
Yep. And I say I'll need to plot all this stuff and everything. Stage two is getting 60% recovery. Stage three, 6%, and total still 93%.
You're catching it.
Yeah, we're catching it. It's just that stage one is loaded up to the point where it's no longer really
it starts going
doing good, and so stage two is now taking over. That's why
that's got room.
Stages.
Yeah, definitely. That's
and
you gotta have a place to put it.
It appears, again, I haven't done all the detailed calculations yet, but it appears that currently it's somewhere close to an ounce per pound of resin.
That's pretty good.
And it's still absorbing 27%.
Yep.
And this gives me some ideas in terms of
how far you can push it on your stage one.
Yeah, it's like well, if you just have more stages, it's not terribly expensive.
No.
And then you just keep cranking that stage one. Head grade is what goes into a process, David. In the case of a mill, the head grade would be like the ore being fed to the mill.
Right. You need that first assay, David, to realize what's there. You know, what's there that you could possibly retrieve from the rock.
Right. That's it. What are you starting with? And in the case of these tests, the head grade is the solution concentration that I'm getting back from the tailings pad. And now that we're finally not recirculating stuff a whole lot without recovering gold, now we're down to, and this is about where it should be, about 1/3 of an ounce per ton of solution. And because the solution is, you get twice as much as you have ore, and then there's certain inefficiencies and stuff. So that seems reasonably good. Because I haven't been keeping close track of the exact poundage, because I haven't been splitting everything down
right to the nickel
and then sending it off for assay. I really don't have good solid numbers to start with on the ore head grade into the mill, but I have a good idea. It should be, somewhere around 3/4 of an ounce per ton, plus or minus. In terms of it varies, but 3/4, maybe a little higher, is a good average. And so that seems to be doing quite satisfactorily. I mean, 93% recovery from solution is still pretty darn good.
It's a viable number.
Especially
you'll never get it all. So any little things you do that you may gain one more point, great, but you're not going to gain a huge amount.
Well, and it all gets recirculated anyhow. Not so much shooting in the dark. It's just, what's a good analogy? I know about where it is.
Right. You need a starting
It's more like
point.
artillery. We're sending it over there into that field. We're not trying to hit a particular point on the ground.
Are we close?
But are we getting it into the area of
Interest,
target?
yeah.
Let's say we've done a number of samples on this material where we have crushed it and split it and sent it off for assay. But especially with the way I'm doing it, where I'm taking it, feeding it into the impact mill, and it goes directly into the agitation tank, it would not be very feasible. Now, I could take all the ore that I'm putting in there and splitting down each bucket and stuff, but
Yeah, Chris. Yeah.
it's guesstimation, but
that kind of brings up an interesting thing, though, because in placer you can have the same situation. You can do your test holes, identify the gravels that are paying, and let's say it tests out at $100 a yard. Well, if you bring in a whole gravel crew, their concept of running gravel is run it all. And you dilute that down to where you may not even be economic if you start to run all the material that doesn't have value. And in rock, it's the same thing. You really want to have that head grade or those original assays or recoveries to know where are you varying and what's happening in the process as you go through farther and farther into it.
Well, it's like the stuff that I'm mining in the decline right now. We took 2 samples, the first, 4 feet, when I get the first set in there, and I took, 3 buckets of the smaller stuff, ran it through the RC46 and split it down. The hard quartz, that was a real pain. So that I only got maybe about a half a bucket of that stuff and then sent it off. And the quartz ran, what I consider at the low end of high grade. Okay, it's good grade. And the other stuff was what I would consider mid grade, but that's adequate because we're already mining it. We got to get it
you
out
have to
of our,
you have to move it.
and so
Yeah.
not a problem. I mean, if you're running half an ounce to the ton, 2 feet wide, and you can mine it fairly easily, which
Well, if it's part of your tunnel system or whatever, it has to be mined anyway. You're right.
yeah. Well, I'd say it's one of those things is start mining. As we go deeper, it should get better grade due to the chip samples I did ahead.
Right.
And we'll see what we find. That other little side thing, that was kind of interesting because it's not in the same strata as the pack rat. It's definitely above it.
It's just got similarity.
Yeah, it looks very similar to it, but it's above it by in the strata at least 20 feet.
You could have another system
Yeah,
there.
so it could be
plumbing.
Another similar type structure that was never really spotted because their decline was going at this angle and missed it, just above it. But because I'm steepening it, as long as I get through that kryptonite, I mean, I'd already be right there where it was on the floor of the decline.
Okay.
And as I keep going, then it would start moving up the wall.
You would gain on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the deal there. Chris, it's not the impact milling, it's the jaw crushing. That RC46, it just sits there and the jaws work and it goes up and down. It won't pinch and bite. We've got a big giant crusher out there.
Yeah.
What would you say that thing is, a 12 by 16 or something?
I didn't actually go over there and look that close at it, but yeah, my instinct was that's a big jaw crusher.
That's a big industrial jaw crusher.
It's a big old one, but looks like it's in darn good shape.
Yeah.
It'll work.
Yep. The jaws are in good shape.
Yeah.
The bearings, I mean, you can turn it by hand, so it's not bad. And so
the bigger chunks have to go there first, and then
so
a little more reduction in the.
It's hard to have a centrifugal impactor and throw in 12-inch rocks, Chris. I understand what you're saying, but anything smaller than that, I can probably get to go through the RC46 by making sure it's surrounded by other material.
Choke feeding it, yeah.
Yeah, by choke feeding it tends to give it something to grab and
pinch it in there. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Chris. Like, what is it, an RC1 by Keen? But I'd say that you saw the rocks in that pile sitting there, and then you can't send those into an impact mill unless you got a big ass impact mill. Hey, John, I think, yeah. Did you identify the mystery metal from a week or so ago? No, but I think I've got some more of it here. This is from that rock I pulled from the bottom of that post socket, and but it was a frustrating weekend.
Did you try putting a magnet on that rock to see if it sticks?
I don't think I have any around right now.
I'm just curious because that's what you had before, is a fairly highly magnetic rock.
I did put the magnet above the impact mill opening.
Yeah.
And I got a couple nails and a couple of rocks that stuck to the magnet pretty vigorously.
Okay.
And they're out there at the ranch. I forgot about those.
I just thought about it right now when you mentioned that.
Exactly. I got so many things.
If a magnet, if that's got some magnetic ability.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Or
but
iron. It definitely got metal in it. You can tell by the weight and the density.
But I needed to see if those apparent rock-shaped things are actually malleable, like those other things were. I did get 2 or 3 small nails, like dynamite crate nails, and there's one big one, but it wasn't even rusty, so I know that wasn't it. It's like about a 20 penny
Well,
nail.
and that going through the impact mill would be polished somehow.
Oh,
or the hits would be.
Yeah,
real
it wouldn't have the
distinct.
kind of
No,
surface.
you'd have.
It'd be a pretty
distinction.
clean surface. So it wasn't even really rusty.
Telling you it's a meteorite.
But anyhow, so that's probably where I'm going right now is just mining down there at Montana B. Eva likes being out in the field. Now I also have on the 6th and sometime after the 13th, I have cataract surgery.
Oh, do you?
One eye and then the other. Routine, but nevertheless, it's going to put me down for a while. And sometime this winter, I got hernia surgery, and that's going to have me down for quite a while. You know what I do.
Yeah.
So I've got some of that stuff coming up that's going to slow me down. Yeah, it's malleable. If it flattens instead of shatters, if it changes shape and flattens, that's malleable. It's tough and hard, but malleable. Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Whatever kind of maintenance you need.
So I say we'll get on that, but hopefully we can get another 3 weeks out there at the mine. We can find somebody to coming out there and catch buckets at the bottom of the high line and haul them off, down to the trailer. That would make life a lot easier. They even can only do so much.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I'm looking at there. And during the winter, I can do crushing tests and things like that. We've got that Stutenroth 2 ton per hour mill, and I need to see whether we can put that to good use, because I mean that's a beast of a mill.
It's a nice mill too.
Yeah.
Looks like it's like new.
Yeah, and so it's a matter of, can we integrate that into the system? I mean, my current system uses pneumatic transport and classification, and that doesn't have either. So there'd have to be some changes made. You could potentially put a big vacuum blower, so that as the stuff comes out of it, it gets sucked up and then falls back in if it's oversized. I don't know, but it's one of those things that we'll see. And I've got plenty of tests to do on try and get the gold out of the resin, which should be interesting. I know Tricky Dicky from the Philippines. Yeah, something like that, Chris. Not sure exactly what, or whether just go to a screen. Depends on the size you need and things like that. I mean, 50 mesh isn't that hard to physically screen it to. Start going below 100, it gets pretty tricky. So we shall see. Might even do a wet classification and something there where we, get the oversight, run it over. If we were to grind it as a slurry and then run that over, if 50 mesh is a good split point, then you can run over 50 mesh screen. That'll screen easy wet.
Yeah.
And then you can literally shove it back in. Yeah, exactly, Chris. That's a serious possibility. I mean, that's a big mill. That can bust up a lot of rock, and it's designed as an industrial mill too, where the wear bars,
it's designed for use.
Are easily replaceable and stuff. So let's say we may decide to upgrade, the classification system on that and run it wet with solution. And so you're going, you're starting to get dissolution instantly. And then I just take the slurry and run it over, let's say like a 50 mesh screen, because that'll get you fine enough for good recovery.
Then you need to recycle your oversize, though.
I can shovel tons an hour. I mean, it's not ideal, but
at this point, you're not going to be doing, 10 tons at a time or anything. anything, so.
Now we're looking, I mean, the mining rate will probably be in the neighborhood of a couple tons a day max. By the time you break it, haul it up the shaft, send it down the high line, and get it to a truck.
Load it out.
You could use a log washer or a sand screw, but it depends on exactly where you can get your split points. But you're absolutely right. There's ways of doing these things,
Right.
and we just have to see. We do actually have an auger over there at the ranch too.
Yeah.
Small feed auger for something, so we could turn that into a sand screw without a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, Rick.
And so again, we have lots of stuff to test over the winter and make plans, etc.
To scale up.
Yeah.
That's your intention anyway, right?
To scale up. So
keep scaling.
So it'd be easy to do, a half a ton to 2 tons a day. Now, the other thing is the amount of settling to deal with that amount of material. Right now I got 500-pound batches with 1,000 pounds of liquid, and I haven't measured it, with a tape measure. But in order to dump that and have it all sit there, I need about 4 inches thick, about 6 inches wide, 6 feet wide, and about 10 feet long or so to get enough area to do that.
Spread it.
To get it to, all pond out there, and then it can settle and soak and stuff like that. I'm also considering the possibility of, after the agitation tank, putting a fairly fine screen, like 100 mesh, and just running the slurry onto it and kicking off. If you had like a 60 mesh screen, you'd probably be screening it to about 80 to 100.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you've got the coarser material, which you then continue leaching, the finer material, which you just go to settling.
Right.
Settle it out and recover the solution. What about a hay elevator? Not sure what a hay elevator is in particular. Is that like a conveyor?
It's a conveyor that's
got the little blocks on it.
2 feet wide with the chain.
Little blocks and stuff. Yeah.
With the grit and that, they wear awful fast.
Yeah, that would probably be pretty well.
For firewood or something, they work great. But when you start doing sand, grit,
yeah, a sand screw type auger is probably a better way.
And you have a big stainless auger out there from a food industry or something. It's a beautiful stainless auger, real heavy.
It'd be a shame.
It'd make a great sand screw.
Oh, it would.
Yeah,
exactly.
Good hard material, and with liquid, a sand screw works really well. They don't wear as fast.
Yeah. So there's a lot of testing there, and another thing, because of all the problems with the solid liquid separation with the slimes, I'm going to be doing some testing on how to recover the gold in the agitation tank. I think I've discussed it a little bit with you.
We've kind of discussed whether you throw resin in and separate whatever you do.
Yeah. And I've got an idea that's a lot simpler in theory than resin in pulp, but the kinetics are the same. If you get the gold out of solution already in the tank, when you dump your tailings out, there's no gold in it. The gold's been dissolved, it's already in the resin, and the tailings, whatever liquid you lose, you're not going to be losing gold in the liquid. The way I'm doing it right now, the gold in the liquid is out there on the pad, and until I can get it back, it's still out there. Now with the coarser material where you have decent percolation, it's not a problem. You
No,
can rinse that.
Right.
But the slimes, they aren't percolating. They're not going anywhere.
Right.
You know.
They start bedding.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that creates even more problems when it comes to try to get separation again.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, those real fine particles probably don't have much undissolved gold left in them. So if you can do a simple particle size separation where you got basically sand on one side, slimes on the other, and there's no gold in solution at that point to speak of, you know, we're down to less than 1 part per million, then the sand can continue to be leached while the slimes can just be settled and disposed of. And
Makes sense.
keep your losses to a minimum.
Yeah.
I've got some genius ideas that may or may not work on how to accomplish this.
We're testing.
Say these are the sort of things that can be done on a very small scale in a bottle roll, but that's why I need 25 gallons of solution for the winter, is so that I can
Keep testing.
keep the testing going and
Keep working on it.
doing little, you know, half-liter tests like I was doing with the resin tests, and go from there. Because if it works out well, I think I got something that's really, really simple if everything works right. I mean, if I can get each step that's in my mind to actually work, it's actually quite simple and very scalable, something that would be real easy for a small scale, micro scale miner to use, along with the Eco Gold X. And I'll say it would be really nice, especially if we can get the flux smelting of the resin to work efficiently and relatively easily. That's the one step where I'm really not sure how well that's going to work yet. The other step, I'm sure it will work. The question is how efficiently. But considering how damn well this resin seems to get the gold out in a cartridge, I think even at radically lower efficiencies overall, with tremendously greater contact times, shouldn't be a problem. I mean, right now, contact times 1 minute, well, 3 cartridges, 3 minutes. If you've got it, you know, for 12 hours of agitation leaching, yeah, should be able to make that work. So, as I say, I have a sneaky idea that I think will work just fine, but we shall have to see what we shall see. And it will be ideally applicable to a micro scale operation. If it works, it'll be real simple plug and play sort of stuff.
Good.
Real simple.
Well, that's the whole idea, is figure out the concepts that work.
Yeah, exactly. And again, make it, the big boys care about absolute efficiency. You know, can we shave a 1 percentage point of cost or something? Us small guys, we need simplicity, ease of use, low capital cost. And this, if it works, yeah, it's going to ace those. So we shall see. And what have you been doing this weekend? Chasing elks?
Yeah, I chased elk for a couple days, and the wind has been blowing and no snow, and it's hard to find elk.
Well, we saw our first.
I wonder, you wonder if there even is any after you wander for miles and miles.
We saw a cow elk down by the mine.
Yeah.
And you see any other critters? I don't think so.
No, I saw a couple of hawks.
Yeah.
We saw the one elk. And we saw, on the way home, we saw that one deer.
Yeah.
And of course, we saw cows.
Yeah. We also ran into a lot more people than usual. I think most of them were hunters.
A lot of hunters were out.
Some is pretty easy when they're wearing orange in their
I saw
truck.
more hunters this weekend than I have in the last 4 weekends. So everybody's not seeing elk. They're out running around trying to figure out
Yeah.
where are the elk at.
Yeah, there was one truck that was on the road and it stopped and he was looking at us and he even thinks he was using binoculars. I thought maybe he's taking a camera, but I mean, his hands near the face sort of thing.
Probably a hunter. See, trying to figure out why you were up there.
Well, you know, we were at that particular point, I was running buckets down to Eva. So that would look pretty cool. You know, it's like, wow, they're running buckets down the hill there, you know?
Try figuring out if you were gutting a big elk up there on the side of the hill.
No. So anyhow, and Eva saw what she likes to see more than anything else in the world. There was actually a couple out there with a puppy and a baby. Now that was just completely
Random.
yeah, that was random because we're out there in the middle of nowhere. I mean, normally we don't even see anybody when we're out there. And I'm packing up tools, and here comes a couple walking down the road with a baby carriage and a puppy dog. Maybe it was like a pit bull or something else small.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know.
It was a pit of some kind.
Yeah.
And apparently they'd walked up past us while I was up on the hill or something like that. I never saw them. And they said, yeah, we saw you up on the hill there and stuff. But that was just the most odd thing to see a couple just walking in the middle of nowhere. I mean, we're literally, I don't know, 13 miles from the nearest pavement.
Yeah.
And say we see
at least 5 miles from the nearest road going to a ranch.
And say we see 2 vehicles in a day. It was busy. You know, traffic is getting bad. So that was pretty odd. So anyhow, that's basically the report. Does anyone have any questions about anything?
Some mining questions.
Hey, Tricky, how's it going?
Hey, Tricky.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do on that test probably later this week. He wants me to see essentially whether zinc precipitation burns up all the Eco Goldex, whether it consumes it or not. Hello, Abu. How's it going? Abu. Don't recognize your name. Where are you from? What country? And so I got that there. How is the smelting of the resin going, Tricky? Have you done any more tests on that? Yeah, because Tricky was going to do some smelting of the resin tests.
Yep.
Last week he was getting some, I think as I recall, good results.
Yeah, it sounded
I think
like
he said they were encouraging.
You know, yeah.
Didn't seem to have too much in the way of losses. And so I'm wondering if he's doing any more there. Yeah, I'll be getting my stuff lined up here pretty quick. And I think I'll probably just take, I've got zinc granules and put some in a small amount of solution. I mean, titrate the Eco Goldex first, then run that and see whether it consumes the Eco Goldex or not. You know, filter out the zinc again. And I was going to do that anyway. I wanted to see whether zinc cementation works.
Yeah.
David says, God bless you, little one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Blind Dude. Blind Dude says, I've been driving around for the last 2 months getting bags of dirt to pan from all the mines in the area. Then his wife brings him a bag from the backyard where she walks the dogs. There's more gold in that than the 10 bags I got from around the county.
It can work that way.
Yeah. So
just make sure you mark the bags so when you do find the one with gold, though, you know where it came from.
Yeah, that would be very frustrating.
Too many times it's like, okay, where'd that come from? And I've seen that with other guys. They're like, they bring a sample to have me crush it or run through it. It's like, man, that looks pretty good. And they're like, yeah, but I'm not sure where that came from. And it's like, don't do that.
Okay, Tricky, I'll take your word for it. Could you just remind me again what the flux formula you're using? Oh, congratulations,
Yeah, congratulations.
Tricky. They just had a baby boy.
Oh, Pixar, it didn't happen.
She wants pictures. Yep. Oh, we're definitely going to need carbide tipped. There's just no way. Tungsten carbide will be the only thing that'll last at all through that. As I understand it, they've got some pretty good bits from Sierra Blaster.
Yeah, right from them. You can buy
Reasonably
grosses,
cheap.
a dozen bits at a time or whatever you want.
Yep. And then you can resharpen them. Yeah, Robert says it. The stuff he got was, pretty much microscopic stuff, but yeah, I deal with that all the time. Tricky says he will send some pictures. Eva will love it. She loves babies. She just adores them. Yeah, that's about right, Blind.
And that was a very cute baby.
Yep. Any ideas in refining rhodium, separating from other precious metals? Don't know much about rhodium extraction or refining.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
I know there's different steps, though, to do it.
Well, yeah. I have no idea if it's in recovery and refining of the precious metals by Almond or not. I know he had quite a lot of stuff that didn't apply to me, so I didn't even bother reading it.
Back then, they didn't even probably have a use for rhodium. Now they do.
Yeah, well, rhodium it used to be used for plating and stuff, but it was only like $200 or $300 an ounce, and now it's
here is some information.
16,000. Yeah, what?
Recovery and refining of rhodium starting from a mixture containing rhodium and other transition metals, including those of the platinum group. Apparently, a formation of an adduct between rhodium trichloride and a halide of a metal selected from the metals of groups 2A, 3A, 4A, 4B, 5B, and 6B, and then carbonylation of the precipitated adduct deriving from that with the formulation of rhodium halogen carbonyls, and then sublimation of the carbonylated product contained in the previous passage. So this is quite a...
Yeah, it gets a little tricky when you're dealing with platinum group. Is she speaking English? Yeah, she is.
I'm speaking tech, and I don't understand it either.
David says it's clear to him. I'm sure
Clear
Chris
enough to confuse you.
understood.
Another beer.
Yeah, they used to rhodium plate silver a lot.
It is usually found as a free metal and alloy with similar metals, and rarely as a chemical compound in minerals like boite and rhodplumsite.
Rhodplumsite, huh? Okay, so that's a rhodium lead thing. I'm not sure, Roberts. Chris, will aqua regia dissolve rhodium? That's a fairly simple question there. He might know that one. Yeah,
I don't think so.
Well, the first procedure to refine this stuff was in 1803. The guy used crude platinum ore, presumably obtained from South America, and his procedure involved dissolving the ore in aqua regia and neutralizing the acid with sodium hydroxide. He then precipitated the platinum as ammonium chloroplatinate by adding ammonium chloride. Most of the other metals, like copper, lead, palladium, and rhodium, were precipitated with zinc. Diluted nitric acid dissolved all but the palladium and the rhodium. Of these, the palladium dissolved in aqua regia, but the rhodium did not. And it was precipitated by the addition of sodium chloride after being washed with ethanol. And the rose red precipitate was reacted with zinc, which displaced the rhodium in the ionic compound and released the rhodium as a free metal.
Okay, enough. Enough.
Yeah, stop. Head.
Okay, so it's totally doable. Guy did it in 1803. Piece of cake.
Yeah. So let's see. What's the reference you were reading from, little one? John wants to know.
That one was from the history of rhodium on Wikipedia.
How about the other one?
The other one was a patent application.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I can get back to and let you know exactly where it is.
Blind dude, there's a difference between suspension and solution. Okay. And it's an important distinction. Suspension means a solid particle of a material that is just floating surrounded by a liquid. Think like silt. Okay.
Does he want the patent application number?
Not at the moment. He can ask you when you got your tinfoil hat on if you want.
Okay, I'll look it up.
So that is a suspension. A solution is where a liquid dissolves the material, breaks it down into individual molecules, which then disperse through the liquid. And that is solution as opposed to suspension. Now, suspension, some kind of filtration might get it out, but in solution, you're not going to filter it unless you use molecular sieves. Think like reverse osmosis filters and things like that. However, if you have a solution of something, in many cases you can add another chemical. For example, if you dissolve silver in nitric acid and then add salt, the salt reacts with the silver nitrate, which is the chemical that you've got right now, and turns it into silver chloride, which does not dissolve in water, and it forms a white, like curd. First it looks milky, and then they kind of stick together and settle to the bottom, and that is a precipitate, okay? And that's one of the ways you can get things out of a solution, and it's used often in a refining process. For example, gold can be dissolved, I believe, in aqua regia and then precipitated with sulfur dioxide gas or sodium metabisulfite.
Yep.
And it'll turn to a precipitate, and then you can filter it out. You're not going to be able to filter a solution to get the stuff in it unless you're using, let's say, a molecular sized filter. Let's see. Tricky Dicky says, be super careful with platinum group metals in solution. Full personal protective equipment required. Is that from the solution or the platinum group? You can precipitate it. You can adsorb it. There's many different ways you can get it. If you had like a cyanide solution and you added zinc and the gold reacted with the zinc and precipitated out on the zinc, that's called zinc cementation because it actually plates the zinc. It's an electrolysis plating reaction. Hey, Anders, how's it going over there in Sweden? Okay, Tricky says the PGMs are toxic. Yeah, you guys are right. There's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothing. Yeah, move up here to Montana, you find that out. Down in Arizona, the trick is to just stay out of the sun and drink plenty of water. Up here, it gets a little chilly at times.
Yeah. Sometimes within a matter of minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
We
you,
did that
Blind.
the other day.
Yeah, the sun's out and you're warm and
90-mile-per-hour wind. Not here right yet.
Not yet, but it seems to be coming.
Oh, and Anders, when is Joachim going to be showing up over there? I know they're going to be moving soon. Osmium tetroxide is a very nasty chemical. Okay, I'll try and avoid it. Osmium is the densest element. It's coming over here,
Well,
or where you're at.
No, here. He's talking about here.
90-mile-an-hour winds.
They could have gusts up to that, but maybe in Helena here we might be just close enough to the mountain to be lucky.
I call that undesirable. Blind Dude says that you rock, little one.
Thank you.
Us. Okay, Jeff. Luckily, the building doesn't seem to move too much in the wind.
No,
But the beluga trailer out there, I've
seen it.
I've been in it. It's rocking in there. I mean, literally, I was
Well, if we have
working by the
90 mile
tailgate,
an
and I had
hour
plans
winds-
to bail.
If we have 90-mile-an-hour winds, that thing might have a problem.
Yeah, there might be some trucks on their sides in some areas.
I would think so. My goodness, that one that almost got
Semi-trailer.
blown off
Yeah,
Deception
yeah.
Pass. That's scary because I've been on that bridge. That's like, I don't know, almost 200 feet to the water below and 12-knot currents.
You're probably still looking for the truck driver. He probably got out of that and kept on.
No, they found the truck driver. They haven't found the seat cushion yet, but they found the truck driver. Hello, Walt. How's it going? And so,
Kept on walking, not a truck driver anymore.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually saw that once on a Discovery Channel where it was an A-10 pilot. He got hit by an SA-2 and just tore a huge hole in the wing. Managed to fly the plane back to base and everything with a 6-foot hole in the wing. And he said right there on the Discovery Channel, he says, "Yep, they got the plane all fixed and everything, but they still haven't found the seat cushion." Got away with it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's funny. Oh gosh, so many things to do. You know where I was when my alarm went off this morning?
No.
I was already at the ranch.
Oh yeah.
I had so many things to get done today
You were up and
before the
gone,
live stream
Yeah.
that I woke up about 4, could not get back to sleep. Okay. And I thought, screw it. So 7 o'clock, I was actually heading out to the ranch. As soon as it was light enough to work by. And I dumped the, pretty much Blind Dude.
Yeah.
And so I dumped the leach tank, the agitation tank,
Mm-hmm.
and pumped out the preg pond and ran it through the resin and took samples. And I think I'll go and take the next time I do that in a day or so, I'll go ahead and pull that first cartridge out and move everything up one. Yep, pretty much, Chris. So then I'll have that cartridge that I can use for testing. And that should be 300 to 350 grams in there. I originally put 400 in there, but it got too packed, so I took some out and I couldn't weigh it too effectively then. But I can look. Others I was just loading to 320 grams. Why? Because 80 grams fits in a 100 milliliter beaker. And I was scooping it out with it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, by the way, that resin is the slipperiest crap. You would not believe it. It's like little teeny wet ball bearings. And I mean, I scoop stuff out in the beaker and it slips out of my hands.
It's a little.
It's worse than oil.
Really.
It is amazingly
real good.
slippery. Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, we'll look at it.
Oh, he sent you the baby picture.
No.
Let's see what that looks like here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
I hope there are more than one.
I don't know. We'll find out shortly.
Said he emailed them.
Yeah, there's my email. There's his name. That's Richard. That's him.
Yep.
Come on. New baby photo. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Here you are, little one.
Oh, he's so cute. Oh, and so tiny.
Yeah, he is tiny.
He's a little baby.
Yep.
Dang.
I presume he's healthy and doing well, Richard.
We pray.
I don't know. It's even slipperier than fish eggs. But yeah, it is amazingly hard to take care of, John. I say just holding a beaker. It was a challenge. Like, what the hell? So, I say, I weighed one beaker of it. It was about 80 grams. Or real close to 80 grams. And so I was just dumping them in there.
Measurement, yeah.
And so to see some I wanted kind of a fluidized bed and others I wanted a packed bed. So I had 2 at 400 and 2 at 320. And remember the ones at 320 seemed to do better?
A little more space, and then once it's got liquid, then a little more surface.
A little more effective surface area or something.
Yeah.
He says Mother and baby George are doing great, little one.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
He
congratulations.
is adorable and so tiny.
Yep. So be careful if you're using resin for the first time. It is amazingly slippery. Don't spill it on the floor either. Yeah, because it can be kind of fun to walk. But once I get that first resin cartridge out, then I can compare it to one of the 320s and see, how close it is, and I'll be able to get a good estimate, plus or minus 5% without too much trouble.
I'll give you the numbers.
Yeah, and then I can crunch all the numbers from there. So I say we may be even better than the 1 ounce per pound.
That is such a cute baby.
She's a sucker for babies. And so anyhow, say that was just one of the interesting little things on that. Yeah, it's amazingly slippery. So we shall see what we shall see on that. Tinfoil hat TV, yeah. Well, Eva appropriated a meme, didn't invent it. Let me get a glass of water here.
All right.
Anybody got placer questions for the expert over here?
I don't. Can handle a lot of mining questions anyway. If anybody's got any good questions, shoot them.
And your t-shirt didn't show up yet, Chris. It might have showed up today, but it should be here by next week. I'm going to have Eva model her version. She's got one different size, of course, but I was going to have her model it so we could get your reaction.
It's moving here. I don't know what the speed is, but it's got to be 40-mile-an-hour winds.
And the funny thing is, that's not unusual for up here.
No, it isn't.
No, not at all.
It's nice when it isn't, though.
Hey, that's a good question, Chris. Can you use your phone right now too? Because what I was wondering is when we show you the t-shirt, I was wondering if I can get your reaction. So first the question is, where is I think the mic's up there. Seems to be
on this computer, Mike.
Yeah. The high definition one is
Quit.
up here.
Somewhere right
See,
there.
it's somewhere in that area right there. Hey, Chris, can you use your phone right now? Because what I was going to check is call you up and then have you talk on the phone and see if holding it here will allow us to hear your voice. Does that sound okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
you got speaker, right?
So let me call you up. Come on.
Step out of
Give
here
me a
for
break.
moment.
Come on. So we're going to try something here, folks, to see if we can hear Chris. Hey, Chris. Okay, I'm going to hold you up to where I think the mic is here.
All right. Oh, wow, the delay is terrible.
I'm not hearing it on the live stream. Is anyone else connect? Of course, I don't hear the live stream.
Yeah.
Can anyone else hear that?
Can anyone actually hear me? The delay between this and the stream is terrible. I can't tell how bad it is.
Yeah, because I don't see indication low volume. Yes. Okay. So apparently they can hear you, although it's at low volume. We can probably get Eva's phone, which has like a speaker function. Okay. But what I'm thinking is when we show you your T-shirt, then people can hear your actual reaction instead of just see it type. Yeah, exactly. Well, we're trying to entertain everybody. Okay. End of test for now. Okay, bye. Okay, that'll work. So we'll probably use Eva's smartphone because it's got a good speaker function on it. Well, I forgot I didn't even use my speaker function, although I supposedly have one. And when we get the T-shirts, I'll be wearing mine, which is a different pattern to what Eva and Chris got. But I know...
Mine is more erudite.
Well, than mine, yes. But it's exactly the same as Chris's, except she'd be, camping in Chris's. He wears a much larger shirt than she does. Yep. But anyhow, so we should be able to do that next week because say it was potentially here today. I went to the post office to check and it hadn't showed up. I even asked. I go, no packages for 1783. So, oh well. But it should be fun next week. Anything else?
Well, I thought when Eva's done, maybe when we come back, I've got a couple examples of things that will kind of start to going into the field and the things to watch for and look at using your research that you have done prior to being in the field. And I've got a couple examples of why it's important, first of all, to do some research, but second of all, why you want to understand the region that you're in a little more than just the one drainage you're looking at or an area that you're metal detecting. And I think I got a pretty good example on this one, that when you put the pieces together, suddenly your target area of what you can go out there and possibly hunt gets quite a bit bigger. So I thought we would kind of, jump in on that a little bit here after we come back with after the tinfoil hat report.
And how did you get a report back on those trenches from?
No, I have.
partner?
Kurt still hasn't said he got everything done, so we'll
Okay.
get some numbers and and really our goal, for the guys that watched the video where we went out and did some placer testing. The main goal of what we were doing is just identify that there is gold before we start mobilizing equipment into that area. It's hard to get to. There's roads to get to where we're at, but they're rough. They have not been maintained for over 40 years. and it's quite a distance to walk big equipment in. We can't bring it in by lowboy or anything, so we have to walk our excavators in there for quite a number of miles. So we wanted to kind of get in there with small equipment as fast and easy as we could, see what is actually in the drainage, if there was gold, and get that answered, a yes or a no, and then we're going to go from there.
By the way, if you ever need a big excavator,
The
boss
Tom
has
already
one.
talked to me about if I wanted to lease a really big one. But
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty big.
yeah, and that could happen. I told him that might be a possibility.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a pretty good size excavator there.
Yeah, definitely, Chris. I mean, our main goal was just to see if there was gravels, and what kind of gravels, and is there any quickly recoverable gold? If there is gold there, that answered our question. So now we'll put a lot more effort into what our testing program is going to be, what kind of area that we're probably going to permit, and how we're going to start in there.
Well, you look pretty wet. Is that below the water table of this little creek there? Because when you were digging, it was pretty wet when you were getting into the gravels.
The gravels were wet, but the hole wasn't filling with water, which was good.
Okay.
I don't know, I suppose there's just enough of that volcanic clay in there to keep the water from quite coming. So I don't think we'll have a water issue digging.
Okay.
I think we'll be able to stay away from the main creek channel for now, leave a buffer, and if we do get a little bleed off, we should be able to drain it. Oh yeah, there's a lot of drainage above where we are, and it's draining many, many square miles of land. So we're going to have water, which is good. With placer mining, you got to have water. It's just how do you deal with too much water, and how we'll divert the water around us where we're digging. Yeah. So there will be some thought process put into how we're going to mine it. But we do have diversion rights. We can divert the creek and move the water. We can, do a lot of things with the water on this property. So it does give us a lot of things that we normally wouldn't have on a property. We'd have to get permits to do water diversion. And here we don't. Here we actually have the rights to divert.
Well, I thought the video came out pretty good. You got a lot of.
I thought it came out great,
video.
And I had a lot of thank you to everybody who watched it, and a lot of good comments, and even some new people that watched it. It was really neat. Yeah, that actually commented.
Now the one thing though, everybody out there wants to see those pans.
Yeah, well, we'll do some pans. We'll show you some gold at some point.
Hey, gold addicts. Yeah, it looks like a really interesting spot up there.
It's going to be good for a lot of video, I think, in the future, especially our testing and what we're doing, as well as at the point that we do some small mining and then scale up, of course.
What would you guess the dollars per yard of that? Do you have any kind of an idea?
Not really, because that really wasn't something I wanted an answer to. Mm-hmm. I mean, we did leave some of that material. We didn't put everything back in the holes. We did keep out the bottom material. We kept a pile that we can go back to and pull some more samples and just keep verifying that, yeah, we still got gold.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next step will be bringing in the test trommel, a bigger unit where we can run, a yard or 2 yards. Or we may just jump to 10-yard samples on every hole, run 10 yards, calculate our numbers. The bigger the samples you can do, the more accurate your numbers are going to be on what's really there.
Well, especially with placer where you're dealing with a lot coarser gold than I am.
Yeah, but we got, in this case, we've got fine gold, and that's one thing that
for placer.
Yeah, that's one thing that we discussed is we may end up putting in a concentrator or some jigs or something, because there's going to be a high level of fine gold in this placer because we're close to source, but the known sources are the kind of gold you're dealing with right now, microscopic. So, we're going to try to get it, get in there and figure out what we're going to do for recovery to get the best, even in our testing, to get the best recoveries we can get.
Oh yeah, that's right, Jeff. At Pans, he's just learning the video business.
Yeah, the video thing is new to me,
and so
I know how to test. Yeah,
and, all of us know that people want to look in the pans, and he just didn't realize that.
Blind dude, yeah, I mean, Google Earth can tell you some interesting things, and that's something that after Eva's done here tonight, I'm going to go into, because you want to look at maps of the area, you want to look at any historical data of an area, but I'm going to try to I got one example in my head that I don't know if it totally occurred to anybody over the years as they were trying to placer in this area, of how it actually laid out.
How many colors did you get per sample?
In this case, anywhere from 10 to 25, and some pan samples were coarse enough you could wet your finger and pick those little pieces up. 50 to 100 mesh gold. So it was kind of fun, Jeff. To do just a quick run into an area, test just to verify, is there gold there before we strike up to a bigger operation, because of the logistics of getting equipment into this area.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, when you've seen my Hilti now, if you watched my last video, going to get some really hard stuff, you can see why I said I wish I had something as soft as what you have to deal with.
And thanks for joining us tonight, Jeff. That's really neat.
Coming on by. Oh, hello, Sean. Edmonton. Wow, what's the temperature up there right now? It's got to be cold.
They're probably a little closer to winter than we are right at the moment.
Literally closer.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh, hi, Jeff.
Yeah,
but
cool. I want to see more of Slim.
Yeah, she likes Slim.
I love Slim.
Yeah, I'm more into the the how-tos and stuff. It is nice to see somebody actually mining underground. That's pretty good. So, unfortunately, that one little vein of kryptonite is a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
But we'll figure it out.
Yeah, Chris, ideally, that's what I'd like to see if we're really putting equipment in there, is a minimum of $30 a yard. And we think it's going to be a lot richer, because we don't believe anywhere in that drainage anybody got to bedrock. But whether we can or not, we don't know yet.
In Edmonton, it's snowing and soon to be minus 19 Celsius.
That's cold.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's winter.
Yeah, he'll be running a trolley next spring.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got equipment that's actually only about 7 miles from this site. So moving some of the equipment in there, at least on a scale where we can run, 30, 40 yards an hour, it will be really easy for testing. But I think we're going to probably try to jump to equipment in this drainage that we can do, 80 to 100 yards an hour, because of the financial side of it. Actually, if you scale correctly, it doesn't take a lot more fuel to run slightly bigger equipment. So your fixed costs don't change a lot.
Oh. Jeff says Slim has been hiding in the outhouse.
Well, that sucks. I want to see more Slim.
No, more like it blows. Yeah, I'd like to try a Sierra Blaster, see what happens. Yeah, drilling an 1.5-inch hole in that stuff would be a chore.
It might be.
You know, with the
You
equipment
don't-
I have, it's say only that thick. So just a few little holes with Sierra Blaster ought to pop the chunks off to where I can.
Yeah, but
haul
what,
them out.
the thing is like you were talking, you're going to get into more of it as you go.
Well, as
More
long
than
as it doesn't
likely.
get any wider than that, I can do it in strips.
And actually, even if you take the time to drill as you go down in, even in your other ore, if you can pop it, you can pop a ton loose or so.
I don't need to.
Well,
I don't need to pop it at all. I mean, that hill just sinks in it.
you can
And then
leverage it.
Yeah, and then just
or rock
pluck
it
up
right
the
out.
rocks. Yeah, it's not a problem at all.
Oh, good.
Say it's that's the only stuff giving me any problem. Matter of fact, some of that stuff I was doing, I was actually using a hand chisel because I wanted to minimize disturbing that wall
Taking it back too far.
it's a little sketchy in place. I mean, it's not really well held together. And I say it's one of those deals where you know you're going to be below that area, so you don't really want anything loose falling down. So, you know, if I just had a little bit to go, it's like, yeah, can I take that little piece out there? Well, tungsten carbide is pretty common, but yeah, we shall see.
Yeah, we're gonna get 35 to 55 mile an hour winds with gusts up to 90.
Well, it sounds about
Yeah,
35,
feathers and
40.
wedges are another
That's another option, definitely.
another option.
Yeah.
You know, drill a series of holes with.
Yeah.
How
Just
small of feathers and wedges do they make?
they make little ones.
I mean, like half an inch diameter hole, or
I couldn't tell you.
yeah, because I mean
You'd
that's
have to go look at where
the bigger the hole you got to
source
drill,
them.
and that stuff it will become an issue. You know, I don't have a jack
No.
leg.
No, but you shouldn't have to drill a huge hole.
I'm not sure, but yeah, feathers and wedges are another one. Something else somebody brought up, Jeff, was take an angle grinder with a diamond blade and notch it.
Yeah, just relieve it enough that maybe you can pound away at it and still get it to fracture.
Now, Chris says we can get as small as we want on feathers and wedges.
Okay.
That's got real possibilities, gold addicts. You're probably going to have to make a suction, and basically, as it goes through the Stutenroth, have an area where it sucks. My thought was to have it funnel down and have a relatively small diameter pipe go up so that everything is going up the pipe, and then increase the size
To drop it out.
and so that it'll drop out, and then have a like an auger sort of thing that'll drag it out of that section where it's being dropped out. I think there's some serious possibilities there, but I haven't gotten into it. If you do, let me know how it works, because we do have a Stutenroth mill, and that's an interesting possibility, because with hard rock, you do need to get a relatively fine grind.
That's a good question, blind dude. I don't know. In the States here, I don't know. I don't see why they'd fight you on that, short of maybe a generator on public land without a permit or something.
Yeah, I have thought the exact same thing. You get one of those diamond blades, slice.
Yeah, create your own.
That's the sort of thing that I've had the exact same thought in the past, but I really haven't researched it, so I do not know. Perhaps Chris does. Chris is suggesting that rather than using a blower for a vacuum, to use a compressor and then use essentially a venturi.
Jetting it up. That makes sense.
You know, the kryptonite is basically a mineralized microcrystalline quartz. Don't have any here,
With enough iron in it, it throws sparks.
but I think that's just from the blade.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Just from the heat. Yeah, but
Yeah, I bet you, Lars. 10-ton slab off the hanging wall. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, Kevin, it's basically a microcrystalline quartz, and in some ways, kind of relatively similar to that stuff in there. But it's just tough. Diamond wire saw. Jeez, man.
Yeah, at this point, there's not enough room to work in there just with a hand tool.
Blind dude. Kryptonite turns Superman gay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been curious on that, Gold Addicts. Because I say we have a 2-ton an hour Stutenroth, which would be a natural upgrade for where we're at with that. My mill is doing about 125 pounds an hour, which isn't bad for its size and everything.
No,
I mean,
not at all.
Tell you what, you're not
Not
going
at
to
all.
hand wheel that Stutenroth around.
No,
That's I think it's 1,600 pounds.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a big piece of equipment.
Good Lord, that's a chunk of steel. But it's designed to eat up rock and keep running.
Yep.
And you don't do that with plywood. You do it with a lot of thick, hard steel.
Well, that's a nice looking mill.
Oh, yeah. If you're using a high pressure water jet with an abrasive in it, you could probably cut it. Seeing as how it's quartz, you might have to use like aluminum oxide. But, no. Yeah, that's the way you'd want to mount it, Gold Addicts, is on a trailer.
Well, it depends on if
Where
your mill is, I guess. But
yeah. I say we need something really cheap and quick to use, Chris. Water jet with garnet, yeah. And I say you could do that, but as I say, now you're talking expensive equipment. You need to provide power to it, so now you got to have an adequate generator and a water supply, and that's whereas with a Sierra Blaster or something like that, drill 5/16 hole, put it in there, and bang. That should be adequate for what I'm doing, especially with only that thick. But by the way, how did everyone like the sparks coming off that bit? That was pretty cool, wasn't it? Oh yeah, but to just drill hand holes like that, you can just you can use a laboratory wash bottle for that. Is a bellow dry washer better than the others? I don't have any experience myself. You could ask. I break for Bedrock. I've done a few things with those guys. They really seem to know their stuff. They were using a Keen dry washer that used a blower, and there was a little fan at the bottom of the box. So as it was blowing through, there was an eccentric weight on the fan, and all it does is the fan drove the weight and caused a vibration. And they were getting good gold. I mean, the gold was about 1/10 of an ounce to the ton, but when I assayed their tailings, couldn't find squat. So they were getting pretty good recovery on that. Could you fracture it and put in some expanding grout? If I could fracture it, I wouldn't need the expanding grout. You could drill holes and put in expanding grout, but first of all, you need like 1.5-inch holes, so you can have a big drill. And secondly of all, the expanding grout takes hours to do its job. Say something like a Sierra Blaster, 5/16 hole, and pop. So if that will do it, it'll be a lot easier to drill and a lot quicker. But yes, expanding grout would work. Thank you, Tricky. I appreciate it. I will also forward it on to Chris. That's why I say, to me, if it'll work okay, the Sierra Blaster is probably the easiest thing, because I got to drill a much smaller hole, and it's quick. Again, it's 90% plus of that material just pops right out. Even the chunks of that kryptonite close to the shaft generally pop out. I mean, you saw on the coarse ore stockpile, the chunks, just stick your bit in there a little bit. All of a sudden you'll feel it start sinking. Let it go in and
come over on it.
Yep.
Start freeing it right up.
That's okay. That's okay. Little one, over here.
What?
He sent you some more baby pictures.
Ooh, baby pictures. More baby.
Supposedly. Let's see.
There you go.
Aww,
Oh, that's a beautiful wedding photograph.
that is a gorgeous wedding photograph.
Let's see. There's the baby. There's what we're looking at here.
Aww,
It's so cute.
Yeah, that is her soft spot.
That is an
Oh, boy.
adorable baby.
Most babies are adorable to you, little one.
All babies are adorable. Even ugly
That's
babies.
probably
are
true,
adorable.
Chris.
Is jade actually harder than that, Chris? Because I've never worked with
I
jade.
know it's dense. I know
Certainly
that
never
much.
tried to break it.
Yeah, I know it is dense. Uh-oh. Guess what time it is, folks?
I think it's time for us to exfiltrate here while
we'll give Eva
the goddess takes over.
We'll give her the camera for a little bit, and we'll see you guys in a little bit, we hope.
Howdy, howdy, everybody. And that is an adorable, adorable baby. I love babies. So, there's been a few things going on in the mining world this week. Some of them are of interest, some of them are just a little bit bizarre. What else is new? The world is bizarre these days. The U.S. has added nickel and zinc to the critical minerals list. They are now deemed critical minerals by the United States. Now, some of us have always considered them critical minerals. That would be me because, I'm the goddess. But apparently the USGS is now agreeing with me on this issue. The U.S. Geological Survey is proposing both metals be included in the redrafted critical minerals list. The list has grown from 35 to 50 since the last iteration in 2018, but that largely reflects the splitting out of rare earth elements and precious group metals into separate entities. 4 minerals, helium, potash, rhenium, and strontium, have been dropped. The United States is the world's leading producer and net exporter of helium, while import dependency for the other 3 is mitigated by low disruption potential. Uranium was also dropped after being reclassified as a mineral fuel. Interesting. Nickel and zinc are the only 2 new additions, and each reflects an evolution of the methodology used to determine whether a mineral is critical to the well-being of the U.S. economy. According to the USGS, the United States relies on refined nickel imports for around half its annual consumption. The top 3 suppliers last year were Canada, 42%, Norway, 10%, and Finland, 9%, all deemed friendly countries. Wow, for once. Yeah, I know, blind dude. Helium is a mineral. I can't figure that one out either,
Extracted from the ground.
But apparently it is extracted from the ground, according to The Bear. Professor Hardrock says helium, which I thought was a gas, is extracted from the ground.
It is.
Okay. Hi, Roberts. This relatively benign supply profile kept nickel off the critical minerals list in the past, but now it's included for 2 reasons. First, the USGS has expanded its criticality criteria to look beyond trade dependency to domestic supply, particularly what it calls single points of failure. Wow. They might actually be paying attention to the total and complete collapse of the supply chain. I'm stonkered here. This is crazy. There is currently only one domestic operating nickel mine in the United States, the Eagle Mine in Michigan, which exports concentrates for overseas refining. Wow. So we actually have only one mine, and rather than refining here in the United States, we're exporting it for refining. Go figure. There is a single producer of nickel sulfate, but only as a byproduct of the precious groups metals production. This limited domestic nickel production base is also highlighted in the Biden administration's 100-day review of critical supply chains, which recommended the government should invest as a priority in a new nickel refinery. Wow. Lord Malarkey's administration made a good suggestion. This is a red letter day, people. The second reason is nickel's changing usage profile from alloy in stainless steel production to chemical component in electric vehicle batteries. The combination of limited single point of failure domestic supply and the expected demand growth from battery manufacturers makes a compelling case for inclusion of nickel in the critical materials list, the USGS noted. Or, as the supply chain review put it, not having enough battery-grade nickel poses a supply chain risk for battery manufacturing globally, not just in the United States. Well, first of all, I don't care what it does globally. Second of all, yeah. One more reason why this whole battery thing is a little bit questionable here. The United States domestic supply chain of zinc is less fragile. The country has 14 operating mines and 3 smelter facilities, 1 primary and 2 secondary, one of which resumed operations in 2020 after several years of inactivity. However, the country's refined zinc import dependency is relatively high. Imports of 710,000 tons last year represented 83% of domestic consumption, according to the USGS. Global supply trends make this problematic. For zinc, global mine and smelter production concentration has increased notably during the past few decades, the USGS said. Added, this change has been driven mainly by increased production in China. Wow. Why am I totally not surprised by that? Part of the thinking behind the latest critical minerals list is moving the analysis beyond simple import dependency to encompass broader global supply trends. The more supply is concentrated in one country, the higher the potential risk factor. Good question, Chris. So far, I have seen nothing about lead smelters. Apparently, lead is still mineral non grata here. You know? That's just one of those things. But we shall see. At the rate things are going, we might get some sanity going around here. The more concentrated supply is in one country, the higher the potential risk factor, particularly if that country is designated as a mineral competitor, as is the case with China. Zinc supply risk is now about the 0.40 threshold used by the USGS to help determine criticality at 0.48. Top of the supply risk are gallium, niobium, and cobalt, followed by several rare earth elements. Any guesses as to how many of those we could mine here and are not, and how many we are getting primarily from Panda Land? The USGS is kind of being quiet about that part of things, of course. Aluminum lies in 8th place with a score of 0.60, thanks to the concentration of smelting in China. And tin is also on the supply risk spectrum with a score of 0.50. The USGS stresses that falling below the 0.40 cutoff point doesn't mean there is no supply risk. Wow. Nice of them to notice this. The metrics developed with the new methodology are best viewed as a continuum of supply risk. A continuum. And one which is continuously moving as global supply chains for each commodity evolve. Out of the major industrial metals traded on the London Metal Exchange, only 2 are now not deemed critical minerals by the United States. Copper has a low supply risk profile due to a large domestic mining, smelting, and recycling industry. Lead is more interestingly poised on the USGS supply risk table with a score of 0.39, just below the cutoff point. Again, due to a growing concentration of global mining and smelting capacity in China. None of these industrial metals feature on the European Union's critical minerals list. Well, that's interesting. The European Union is
supposedly all in on this green energy thing and the need for rare earths, but none of these minerals, including the rare earths, feature on the EU's list. I gotta wonder about that. It's pretty interesting. You know? Gotta wonder. They say one thing, but they ain't doing anything to go with it. In part, that's a reflection of Europe's domestic production base, both at the mining and smelting level. Well, there's a partial explanation there, and it is interesting that they, who supposedly are far ahead of us environmentally, apparently have a whole lot more smelting than we do, and a whole lot more mining than we do in things that are actually important. Gotta love these people. But in part, it may be because the USGS is ahead of its European peers in analyzing global supply patterns and the resulting potential threats to critical minerals availability. Nickel and zinc may not spring to mind when most people think of critical minerals, but as far as the United States is concerned, they both are. Yeah, interesting. And lead is still just below the cutoff here. Very interesting. And the rise in battery costs is to keep the lithium price rallying. So there's been an interesting report issued on this issue. Lithium prices have rallied in 2021 and are now at record high levels amidst the sharp acceleration in demand during a global supply struggle. In its latest industry report, market analyst Fitch Solutions revised up significantly both its lithium carbonate and hydroxide price forecasts from 2021 to 26 to incorporate higher global EV sales assumptions from its autos team and subsequent stronger lithium demand for batteries. Fitch was expecting prices to remain on an uptrend over 21 to 22. The analyst launched the new lithium price forecast in May 2021, but lithium prices have rallied well beyond expectations. In fact, they went vertical. It's so cool. In the very near term, prices look set to continue heading higher as the lithium market remains very tight and there is little downside for prices. Demand will keep outstripping supply for now, Fitch says, both for raw material, spodumene, and chemicals, carbonate and hydroxide. Prices could stabilize later in 2022 following the impressive rally recorded in 21, but Fitch sees them averaging higher on a year-to-year basis, with carbonate prices at $21,000 per ton and hydroxide at $20,812 per ton, up 16.3% and 21% year over year, respectively. Wow, that is a pretty good increase there. Fitch forecasts the global lithium market to tighten further next year as the analyst sees global surplus shrinking. On the demand side, the analyst notes the momentum behind the decarbonization story remains very robust, which will keep the EV sector buoyant in coming quarters. The autos team has revised up its EV sales assumptions in recent months and forecasts EV sales growth to decelerate in 2022 following the sharp recovery in demand recorded in 21. But still sees sales expanding by a very robust 40% year over year next year, a stronger rate than pre-COVID-19. Absolute growth in new EV sales will also be in line with 2021 numbers, plus 2.2 million cars per year. On the supply side, Fitch forecasts global production of lithium carbonate equivalent to rise by 18% in 2022, continuing on the recovery in output initiated in 2021. Global production had declined in 2019 and 2020 amidst low prices. Fitch sees carbonate prices averaging $18,050 a ton in 2021, $13,450 a ton previously, and averaging $21,000 a ton in 2022, up 16% year over year. Demand growth will continue to outstrip supply expansion, which will tighten further the global balance, Fitch forecasts. Outside of the auto sector, utility-scale batteries, energy storage batteries, portable electronics, and e-mobility devices like e-bikes will also contribute to demand. In turn, demand forecasts will become less conservative nearing 2030 when Fitch forecasts lithium demand for EV batteries will assume a large majority of the total global demand. So we are still pushing the EV batteries, which does not surprise me in the least. This is not a great idea, but then again, most of our government types are not known for their great ideas.
Be afraid when they have a great idea.
Yeah. And the U.S. coal price has hit a 12-year high, threatening more energy inflation. Wow. Well, according to Maisie Hirono, the gas prices are not upsetting any of us very much because childcare prices are so high we can't afford to drive to work anyway, just one of those things. So, U.S. coal prices surged to the highest in more than 12 years, threatening to bloat America's already soaring electric bills and signaling the dirty fuel isn't getting phased out anytime soon. Prices for coal from Central Appalachia climbed more than $10 last week to $89.75 a ton on the spot market, according to figures released Monday from S&P Global Market Intelligence. That's the highest since 2009, when a spike in exports boosted domestic prices for the power plant fuel. Prices in other U.S. regions are lower, but have also climbed in recent months. Higher prices for coal, which comes as natural gas gets costlier too, means U.S. consumers will almost certainly pay more for energy this winter. Yes, we will. Hey, Bear.
Go.
You might want to keep an eye on comments in case somebody has any questions or you have any input here.
Oh.
Companies including Duke Energy Corporation and Xcel Energy have been warning customers winter bills may increase about $11 a month during the heating season. That added expense comes on top of already soaring costs for food, housing, and cars in the U.S., driving consumer price inflation to the fastest annual pace since 1990 and stretching household budgets increasingly thin. And of course, the Malarkey administration has decreed that inflation is actually a good thing. They've also decreed that the dirty secret of inflation is that we can all afford to pay more because our net worth as a country increased $13.5 trillion during the pandemic. It's government math. Don't try to figure it out. I gave up. Okay. And I even put on my brunette hat and I couldn't figure out their math. But yeah, apparently we're all worth more money now because we saved so much during the pandemic because we were all locked down for months on end. Just, so we can afford to pay more. This is just absolutely wonderful news. The surging coal prices come as a global power crisis drives up demand for the dirtiest fossil fuel that some had prematurely assumed was on a rapid glide path to extinction in the U.S. With energy demand surging, efforts to reach a deal to completely quit coal's use failed at the COP26 International Climate Conference that just ended. Well, fail is a very diplomatic term. It crashed and burned in a most humiliating fashion because all of the smart countries in the world said, you've got to be shitting us. So that's how that went. COP26 was very, very interesting. Delegates instead pledged to phase down rather than phase out coal power. It should be noted that a lot of nations signed a feel-good, non-binding agreement to start phasing down things in about 30 years. And the largest users of the fossil fuels in the world didn't even sign the agreement. So that's good. It's a great feel-good agreement. It's totally non-binding. That's the best kind, isn't it? Now, coal generates 1/3 of the world's electricity, and countries including China and India depend on it for cheap, reliable power. The economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic has driven up demand for electricity around the world, leading to fuel shortfalls. While there's widespread agreement among climate negotiators that eliminating coal from the global power mix is critical to avert a climate disaster, and we're going to get to that climate disaster in a minute here, the immediate need to keep factories humming shows short-term demands are taking precedence over long-term goals. U.S. miners are struggling to ramp up coal production as American utilities burn more, leading to dwindling stockpiles and rising prices. U.S. miners say demand is going to remain strong through next year, and some already have contracts to sell almost all their expected output for 2022. The reason spot prices are so high in the U.S. is because there's no supply, no availability, said Andrew Cosgrove, a mining analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. There's two words I don't see together very often. Prices will probably come down over the next few months, but won't return to where they were at the start of the year. Well, no, we have to come to a new normal here. Noting the Cosgrove said, noting that he expects utilities to sign long-term contracts for the next few years that are about 30% higher than in recent years. Natural gas prices will stay high, and so will demand for coal, but miners have limited ability to expand production, and none are expected to invest in any new capacity. There are no extra tons. Fascinating, as usual. And by the way, China and India together use about 14 million tons of coal a day, which is why they are going to be phasing down over a 30-year period, and they didn't sign the non-binding agreements. So we can see that things are a little bit bizarre at the moment. And amongst the bizarre things is the notion of inflation. We went from there is no inflation to there is transitory inflation to a good long-term strategy would be 4% inflation a year instead of 2% inflation a year, because that would actually make us all richer, to inflation is actually a really good thing because it means the economy is recovering and going like gangbusters, to the newest mantra, which is, people aren't really concerned about inflation because if we pass another spending package, the savings they get in other departments will more than offset higher food and gas prices. Or, as Mazie Hirono put it, they're too busy worried about the high cost of childcare to worry about the high cost of gas. Well, so inflation is going to kill the American dream, and prices are not done surging, according to one E.B. Tucker, who was speaking to Kitco recently. Inflation is now at the highest level since 1990, but it doesn't stop here, said E.B. Tucker, director of Metallo Royalty and author of Why Gold, Why Now? 6% is only the beginning. It's going to go much higher, and it's not transient. None of these people are going to lower prices. This is here to stay, Tucker told David Lynn, the anchor for Kitco News. If anybody wants to watch Kitco News, you can go to the Kitco website because they always have tons of news. Although wages are rising, the pace of growth is still not keeping up with inflation. For those of you who are like Bear here and are all like old and stuff, and on Social Security, we're getting a 5% increase this year, which is still going to be below inflation. But, it's the biggest increase in history. Okay. The Atlanta Fed Wage Growth Tracker's latest data point as of October is 4% year on year, still below the 6.2% headline CPI reading for the same period. So yeah, folks, all these wage increases that the anti-work and communist crowd are pushing by staying home and organizing strikes like the newest one against McDonald's, still haven't brought wages up to the level of inflation, never mind surpassing inflation. So wages are going to keep going up, but never enough, said Tucker. You're never going to catch up. You're running and running, and there's a carrot, and you're never going to catch the carrot. And he is absolutely right about that. Speaking of strikes and the anti-work crowd, apparently we are all supposed to not shop at McDonald's. And we're supposed to not work at McDonald's if we work at McDonald's until McDonald's begins paying wages that allow people to thrive. Not a living wage, a thriving wage. The number being bruited about at the moment is $25 an hour for anybody who's interested. Now, there's a few points to be made here. First of all, it turns out that apparently in the Netherlands and a few other parts of Europe where the food in McDonald's costs more than the food in a sit-down restaurant does here for the value meals, $20 is an average wage at their prices. It should also be noted, of course, that being fairly socialist countries, they pay far higher tax rates than we do, and they get a lot more free stuff from their government in return. And it should also be noted that the prices of the food in those restaurants is about 30 to 40% higher than McDonald's here in America. I don't know about you, but I won't even pay $5 for a Big Mac. I certainly wouldn't pay $8 for one. Okay, that's just ridiculous. Number two, I noted that our Hardee's down the street of all places is now offering $18 an hour for shift leaders, up from the $16.50 they were offering 6 weeks ago. So apparently they're still not getting any takers. I haven't gone in there to see how high they're raising their food prices yet, but I'm thinking of going in just because I'm curious, you know? I mean, it's kind of a little ridiculous. But yes, in case you're wondering, there is a strike on against McDonald's because the revolution is in full swing, and the anti-work crowd and the socialist crowd have decided that they finally have within their grasp the ability to make all these big corporations pay not just a living wage, but a thriving wage. Because if they stay home, these companies have to raise their rates. And yeah, the companies do have to raise their wages to some extent. This is not exactly a good idea, but hey, if they want to do it, that's fine with me. I have been boycotting McDonald's for a long time. I don't eat there usually. So if they want to have fun doing that, that's great. You know, I am all in favor here.
What are the projections for the precious metals prices?
Projections for the precious metals prices, it's looking like 1950 is forecast for Q1 here coming up. And I'm looking at several articles here on Kitco that we're going to be looking at considering the gold business here. At the moment, the dollar strength resulting from higher treasury yields is driving gold lower again. That is their current excuse, as always. I mean, this is a very typical excuse for these people. Current gold price is $1861.60, and silver stopped at $25.05 today. Platinum stopped at $1,085 an ounce, and the 24-hour palladium was at $2,085 an ounce. Now let's look at this article about why gold miners are set for their most profitable year ever. I hope that includes us. I really do. I mean, just very, very much so. This is a video article, the basic podcast, but the basic premise here is more banks are now suggesting that 1950 is going to be the new floor for gold starting in Q1 of next year because of persistent inflation. And they are also looking at the continuing inflationary pressure and the continuing lack of action of the Fed pushing people more into gold investing. So right now, consensus of opinion amongst the investors seem to be that 1950 is going to be the new point that we sit at for a little while, and we should finish up next year over 2000 consistently. The big banks are still talking 3,000, which I find quite interesting, since the big banks usually like to keep it lower than that. 100,000 Iraqi dinars for $100. Yeah, if they revalue their money like Kuwait. Well, right now, a lot of the tinfoil hat crowd are beginning to really worry about bank bail-ins in the United States, especially with the collapse of Evergrande in China. Evergrande did pay some of their obligations, and they're coughing up a little extra money here or there, but this has significantly destabilized the Chinese investment markets and the Chinese real estate markets. Think 2008 in America on steroids times 10, and you're looking at the problems going on in the Chinese real estate market right now. And while our U.S. economic people have been studiously ignoring this and not mentioning it, the big firms and the big banks in this country have a whole lot of our money tied up in the Chinese real estate market, and it doesn't look like it's going to be getting out anytime soon, since nobody is paying what they're supposed to be paying. This is not good news for anyone. Okay? Now, gold prices are actually being severely held back right now by a large amount of manipulation. This is no surprise to anyone because that is the way the big banks work. But they are in a very difficult position at the moment because they can't afford to hold those prices down forever. So they're going to, at some point, have to let it ease up a little bit. And that's probably going to be coming in Q1 because there is more inflation. And yes, the inflation is not transitory. In fact, according to these guys, inflation ain't transitory, but the Fed's credibility is. I never thought they had any credibility to begin with. Last week's surge in gold and silver prices was due at least in part to a realization by Wall Street traders that inflation is not going away. Well, anybody who thought it was is an idiot anyway. But then again, Little Red Lying Hood just today was saying that no reputable economist anywhere believes that this inflation is going to be anything other than transitory. So we do have that. Fed Chair Jerome Powell had assured us all the trend higher in prices would be transitory, but another giant surge in the consumer price index has investors wondering if they can believe anything Powell says.
No.
Oh, why they would have believed him in the first place, one has to wonder. They shouldn't. People should view most of what Powell has to say about inflation as the same manner as they now view 14 days to flatten the curve and other government lies. Powell is well aware higher prices are anything but temporary. For starters, many of the drivers behind higher prices are structural and won't be disappearing anytime soon. The biggest structural one, by the way, is the supply chain problem. Okay? Wage inflation, for example, isn't going to magically reverse. This is true. Employers are offering bonuses and other incentives to attract new hires amid record numbers of workers quitting their jobs. Employees who are dealing with a surge in rent and other costs are also demanding higher wages. High prices are finally driving higher wages, which will in turn put pressure under prices in a self-reinforcing cycle. Higher wages are exceptionally sticky. Now that inflation has begun leaking out of the equity and real estate markets, it will be very hard to contain. Some of the drivers behind higher prices could theoretically be resolved. For example, solutions to the current supply chain problems, which restrict the available stocks of many goods, could go away. However, these troubles are complicated by government intervention and wider economic distortion. One contributor is the shortage of willing labor, and it's difficult to imagine a quick resolution for that. The help wanting signs have been hanging for a year, and a lower overall labor participation rate, a decline in the number of people willing to work, is beginning to look permanent. It is also possible for recessionary forces to be unleashed. The bubbles in equity prices or in real estate could pop. Another round of even more draconian COVID lockdowns can't be ruled out. The nation could fall into recession or even depression, and the slowdown could weigh on prices. That possibility, however, brings us back to the ultimate cause of permanent inflation, the Federal Reserve. Where we are today, with markets hopefully addicted to stimulus because the Fed responds to every whiff of deflation or market turbulence with massive amounts of stimulus. The Fed can be counted on to keep pumping. The U.S. dollar has been in decline since Congress quietly birthed the central bank on a Christmas Eve more than a century ago. That trend accelerated after the president, Richard Nixon, closed the gold window in '71. Extraordinary programs like quantitative easing were originally sold as temporary, but have now been running nearly continuously for the past decade. Today, the Treasury market is completely reliant on central bank purchases. The Fed can't stop ultra-low interest rates or bond purchases without creating a calamity on Wall Street. That is why stimulus and inflation will continue until this road's inevitable end, a collapse in confidence in the U.S. dollar. If Powell wants to use the word transitory, it should be in reference to the Fed's credibility in maintaining price stability because inflation is here to stay. Now, somebody advanced an interesting theory in this matter in tinfoil hat land that actually has some nice internal logic to it. So, the U.S. dollar is the reserve currency of the world because it is the petrodollar. Now, That means that when OPEC and everybody else sells all their oil, they're always doing it in US dollars. They're always buying it in US dollars. So someone suggested this bizarre, ridiculous tinfoil hat theory. And it wasn't me, by the way. I am absolutely devastated that I didn't think of it first, as a matter of fact. But somebody suggested this really bizarre theory that part of the reason that Lord Malarkey may have decided to shut down as much energy production in this country as possible again and beg OPEC and the other oil producing nations to increase either their prices or their output or both, whatever they wanted to do, may well be to continue to shore up the failing US dollar.
That's what it is.
Because it is the world's reserve currency. But if we became energy independent and we stopped buying oil from everyone else, and other nations looked at this supply chain crisis and said, you know, we've got plenty of oil reserves in the ground, and it's a really bad idea to base all of our energy on other people. Like if Canada said, well, since the United States can screw us over any time and shut down pipelines, regardless of treaties, maybe we ought to start refining our own oil in country, and, you know, maybe we ought to start developing our own energy independence here. Then people might actually take a look at just how fundamentally illusory, if you will, the stability and probity of the US dollar is in today's economy. That, as I said, is obviously a pure tinfoil hat theory. Total conspiracy. Absolutely not relevant to the real world. Yeah. And it's the only thing that makes sense at this point. Not much else makes sense at this point, including the recent supply chain ridiculosity, which, by the way, is getting worse. The other day, there was a record 115 ships off the Port of LA. But in good news, the Port of LA looked at this situation, and they once again delayed charging the dwelling fines that they were planning to charge for containers, in part because they realized that would be a monumentally stupid idea, and they can't figure out a way to get out of it because they proposed it in the first place, and in part because they claimed significant inroads have been made in this matter. But when you look at the actual number, the significant inroads are that there are more ships and containers are actually dwelling longer, and there has been a dramatic increase in the theft of items from containers that are being stored various places, like on street corners in neighborhoods and in Union Pacific railroads. There's a record increase in thefts of containers, and there was actually a low-speed, high-speed, 12.5-hour-long chase on LA freeways when somebody decided to steal an entire 18-wheeler last week. This was bizarre because 18-wheelers are governed, of course, so it's not like you can outrun anybody. And second, as of this point in time, we have no idea why this yo-yo stole this particular 18-wheeler and what he was after. But it did make for very interesting 13 hours of video. And it proved that those spike strips they use are really not a very effective weapon when you're trying to stop an 18-wheeler. But they did get the guy stopped. They did arrested him. We have zero motive. We have zero idea what was up with him in the first place. And the story just got memory hold. Lots of stories are getting memory hold these days. But at the moment, consensus of opinion on gold and silver is that silver should come out at about $34 to $38 an ounce in Q1 of next year if the big banks continue the way they are. Gold should be around $1,950 an ounce in Q1 of next year. At the moment, premiums on this stuff, which is actually a far better indicator of the real worth of it, are still running at least 50% in a lot of parts of the country, 60% in other parts of the country.
Wow.
The lowest premiums I've seen lately are 35 to 40% if you're dumb lucky and you buy on special deals on certain websites. So that is the metric that we should all be using to look at in terms of what your gold and silver are actually worth. And to a lesser extent, what your particular mining claim is actually worth. Because at this point, the federal government and the markets are no reliable indicator of anything. They're
Including
all
premium.
off in some
That's probably
bizarre
still a low
alternate
value.
universe here. You know you're in a bizarre alternate universe when someone is saying to you with a straight face on the news that the dirty secret of inflation is it's not important because we can afford it. You know you're in a bizarre alternate universe when you have government officials that are saying that stabilizing at a year-over-year higher interest rate than their original goals were is going to make us all richer. That doesn't make much sense to me either. But then again, you know, I am just a lowly, humble tinfoil hat goddess here. These people are all knucking futs, okay? They're just quite simply knucking futs, and that's all there is to it. We all know this.
They also seem to completely ignore things like going into a higher tax bracket. You know, you may make more money, but you're going to pay more in taxes, and a lot of these people are going to lose government benefits too.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. I mean, there are all kinds of problems going on with all this stuff. And it does not surprise me that theft of containers is going up either, because if you're going to be leaving these things in sketchy neighborhoods on side streets waiting for some truck to come along and get them a couple of weeks later, yeah, stuff is going to get stolen. You know how that goes. I mean, that's just a thing. There is no surprise behind that. But that is where we are at the moment. We are in a position where these sane voices that the media are not talking to concerning the supply chain, all of my industry sources across a wide variety of industries are saying this stuff is not even going to begin to get sorted out until mid-2023. And that's if nothing else weird happens. And speaking of other weird stuff happening, you may have heard we have a high wind warning going on here. Well, yeah, there's some sort of climate change going on, but it's not quite what the media has been talking about of late. It turns out, according to some weather dudes that I was talking to about this today, we currently are about to get hit, apparently, with another one of those giant polar vortex thingies that's going to plunge half of the flyover country into negative numbers for a long period of time. At the very same time, British Columbia, Vancouver, and points north of us are currently experiencing torrential rains, and that will be followed by torrential snows that are closing down highways and flooding major areas. Some of my friends on Vancouver Island, since all the highways that bring things to the harbor so they can go on the boats to go to Vancouver are kind of closed at the moment and have been mudslided and otherwise completely wrecked. It's going to be a while before they get supplies on Vancouver Island. Luckily, they're all smart enough to be prepped.
Aren't there some ships by LA they could send up there to offload some stuff?
Yeah, if you wanted unicorns and Nike sneakers, I think they want food instead, Bear.
Oh, there's probably a bulk
But
something there.
it turns out that there is a reason for this climate change, and it's not climate change. As a matter of fact, it's not even anthropomorphic climate change. We don't have a darn thing to do with it. It turns out, according to my meteorologist and sun watching friends, the result, this winter weirdness that is going on right now, is the result of the persistent and getting worse solar minimum that's going on. Now, I don't get all the math behind this, but apparently we're in some sort of a 27 or 77 year or some year that ends in 7 super cycle in terms of solar activity. And the sun is being extremely lazy at the moment.
Oh man, just
And
like our
because the
workers.
sun is being extremely lazy and solar activity is at an all-time low at the beginning of the cycle, when this is the lowest it has ever been in this recent cycle, this is affecting our weather patterns on Earth, which does not surprise me in the least, okay? But yeah, it does look like we're going to be in for some really weird weather, at least in our part of the world, going through winter. So, you know, just to let you know, it's not human-caused climate change this time. It's sun-caused climate change. So perhaps the sun is pissed at us, but, you know, what can you do?
Drive electric cars, that'll fix it. Because
Yeah.
they're powered by solar power.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. But that apparently is what is going to be causing this polar vortex, and it is also apparently what is causing these massive rainstorms that are happening up there in the Pacific Northwest, just north of Washington State. And Washington State apparently got hit too in some places. So that's what's going on there. Something that, of course, the government is blaming on Americans, but what else is new? I mean, they blame everything on us anyway. As a matter of fact, they have now advanced a new theory that the poor numbers on the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, should not be considered indicative of any systemic problems. They're just being politicized by the nasty old GOP. Yeah, okay. You know, that's just the way they are. But that is where we are this week. And for anybody that was interested in that business of platinum stuff, there's a patent on the U.S. patent site for a process to refine platinum, but it sounds like the process that is actually listed on Wikipedia that guy used back in the 1800s sounds like it involves a lot of nasty chemicals, but it's probably a lot easier. Just, you know, for those people that want to refine and get rhodium out of the platinum group metals, that's where I would start looking. And if anybody wants the patent number, that would be U as in United, S as in States, 6596245, B as in Bravo, number 2. And that is a patent for a thing for refining rhodium. And good luck with that. Personally, it looks hideously complicated to me, and I can read science usually.
Well, Chris explained it in a few words.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Nasty chemicals and or angry pixies, that makes sense to me. Wow, that's a good price, blind dude. Dang. There's a comment up there, Bear, that I missed. Roberts, I'd like to see that YouTube video. But at any rate, that's where we are at the moment, guys, is we can expect the transitory inflation to remain transitory permanently. We can expect the transitory inflation to continue to climb at rates that are outpacing anything the government tells you. If you want to know what's actually going on with any statistics, go to Shadow Stats, because Shadow Stats uses the old math, the math that the government stopped using a while ago because it was just too damn depressing. So it's more accurate math to what's going on right now.
No. The proper term is disconcerting.
Well, yeah, disconcerting too. But depressing is, you get something can be disconcerting and depressing, So, this is still a good time to stock up on things. And yeah, some parts of the country are having a turkey shortage at the moment. Other parts of the country are not. By the way, if you happen to be in a part of the country that is not having a turkey shortage, I would buy 2, because everybody else is having turkey shortages. And Professor Hard Rock here still has to acquire a turkey for me. It's,
Ouch.
I insist here,
Okay.
we need to acquire a turkey so we can can that puppy up. That's all there is to it. But what can we say? Inflation is transitory, Inflation is transitory, and the current pressure on gold is going to ease enough to assuage some people. I expect that they probably want to keep prices artificially suppressed as long as they can, because the central banks need to acquire a certain amount of gold and silver because of the new regulations that are coming into play next year. Once they get their share at bargain prices, then they will be more inclined to allow those prices to rise, because that also increases the value of their share. So that is something to consider. And for anybody that wants to follow stocks, look up those dudes on Twitter. I'm not sure exactly how you find them, but I'll see if I can get you some actual Twitter feeds and Instagram. There are some hedge funds out there and some investors out there that are following Nancy Pelosi and other Congress critters, and they're really beating the market by huge margins. It's amazing how that works. Later.
Hey, blind dude. My question is, how do you light it?
Smoke
The turkey.
I would think a blowtorch would work.
I'm doing bacon tomorrow again.
Gold Addict says nicely done.
Smoke some.
Bacon? Did I hear bacon?
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyhow, so I think Chris says thanks. You had
Well,
ooh, look, an illustration.
yeah. Well, we'll see how this goes, but snicker. No, real bacon.
Yeah, I like bacon too.
Yeah, I do too. So
Bacon.
I've been doing a lot of my own.
Well, if
Doing a
you
little
tell
lot of your own.
Bear where to get a pork belly,
That seems to work out pretty good. All right, well, back to mining, I guess, here. And I thought I would bring up, as you go through, researching an area, you want to look a little bit regionally, at least along the front of the mountains that the area you're looking in, because the drainages or the valleys or the areas that you're looking in, possibly there's some similarities from one to another. And it can sometimes tell you a story that if you weren't looking at a bigger picture, you wouldn't realize it. You could spend a matter of a few years in one area trying to figure it out. But when you start to look at it over a bigger area, it can sometimes make sense. And this isn't always the case, but whether you're metal detecting or you're panning or really looking for a bigger placer system, this was an example of an area that we kind of, slowly looked at. Mainly we were looking at one drainage, but as I opened the scope up and started looking closer and closer and closer, what I realized is all of the drainages tended to have gold to the west side of the drainages. And that's something that if you don't start looking at the different drainages, you don't really see so much. I kind of just did this as basic. This is just an example. North is up, south is down, west and east. But what you start to picture is that at one time that gold was laid down somewhere in here. The fact that the gold migrated to the drainages where the old timers were able to find it, and you kind of start to see that pattern all the way through these in here. That the gold wasn't the drainage probably at one time was over here. And slowly, either that or the landform was tilted slightly to the east. And in this case, that's kind of what we came to the conclusion of working with some geologists, that the gold was laid down in a channel at a point before there was another land increase. And what we found is all this ground tipped to the east. All of these drainages actually started tipping to the east after the gold was laid down. So that you've got side hills and possibly, an elevation in here between drainages that very well could have gold, up into these side hills and that. And not necessarily even benches. It could very well be that the channels, the original gold-bearing channels, are not where the drainage is. And exactly, Gold Addict, you've got to look at a bigger picture, because when you're going to go out metal detecting or you're going to go hunting gold, especially, there's a good chance that you're down here doing what everybody else is doing, playing in the water and along the edges and da-da-da-da, and that's fine. You'll probably find gold. But if you start to realize that there's geologic changes to the land formation from when the gold was possibly placed, just like the Mother Lode area in California and some of those big drainages that ran completely opposite directions to where the drainages are today. You start to really gain some areas for hunting. And if you weren't looking at that before, you would just go hunt the same areas that guys have found gold and things. But when you start to realize that you've got those changes, now the area that you could possibly hunt and be very successful in start to kind of materialize as you get the knowledge of doing your homework, looking at areas, looking at a bigger area of the drainages. And this wouldn't be representative of every area at all, but it is in an area that we were actually just looking at one main drainage because of the values that were historically taken out of it. But we started to honestly realize that there is a lot more ground to look at, and not really looking at the drainage that they mined. It's looking at the side hills and possibly the tops of some of these ridges along that have huge possibilities to even possibly be good placer ground way away from where the old timers mined. That's true, Chris. You can have false bedrock or a clay layer. As I've said all along, you can, like in the drainage where we just tested with that video, the old timers only went down to a depth that they could still get their tailings to go downstream from them, because there's not a lot of elevation in the drainage at this point where we're kind of hunting. Well, they very likely never got within 10 feet of bedrock. So the better gold yet is still there. They mined the cream off the top of the milk kind of deal. They got the easy picking. Now it's going to take equipment, and where we can deal with tailings, we don't have to run the tailings a half mile downstream to get them away from us. We can just dig it and put it back. Is there any other questions? definitely in your sampling, you want to pay attention to every layer and make sure that it's, yeah, right, Tricky. They took the low-hanging fruit. It was get the cream off the top and keep moving upstream. And ideally,
like a true banana farmer.
yeah, well, and ideally they're going upstream looking for the lode deposit possibly. But if you're really missing some of the big advantages that are in the drainage that were deeper than they could get, you could have cross faulting or something. In a situation like this, in this area, all the gold came out of the mountains up above somewhere higher. None of this was gold bearing material as far as any faulting or anything. It just happened to be that the way where you see the drainage today and what you would imagine as having gold isn't necessarily where the gold is truly at. Go ahead, Keith.
One other thing that kind of tangentially thing, faults quite often are the weak points in the bedrock because stuff
Correct.
was moved and broken
Correct.
and stuff.
Right.
So if you ever see a drainage that's relatively straight, immediately think that might be a fault. And because nature usually doesn't do straight lines, especially water. And that may be a way of spotting a vein lying at the bottom of a drainage.
And definitely. And most of the time, any one of these valleys, when you're up in a drainage and you've got, let's see, how can I show this? I think I can kind of
a
show
drainage is a creek bed or a dry creek bed, any place where the water runs.
Basically, yeah, where the river
when
is
it rains.
zigzagging or
That's what he means by a drainage. Basically where the water drains. Around here, there's so little water that a lot of them are dry.
yeah,
So you don't say a creek or a river because there's no water there. Yep.
But if you've got a creek and you start to notice that your elevation, let's just say you have an incoming dry creek coming in here, and then somewhere here, you've got another creek going up this way, there's a good chance that you really have a fault line somewhere within that. Just because there's some paralleling between these two drainages coming into this main one. And it could be cross faulting or some kind of structural change that created, this drainage coming this way, this drainage coming opposite into the main drainage. So you start to really, when you look at a bigger picture, and you can do some of this even on Google Earth, if you could figure out how everything's draining in a drainage, there's a possibility that because those valleys are there from different directions, there could be structurally something going on there that created those drainages. Because why didn't this rock wash out or this rock come apart? And the same thing on all four sides of it. You've got your harder rocks that didn't move, but something that was fractured like a fault line or some kind of churning of the rock was able to wash that valley out. So it really does start to give you some ideas of, okay, once you can figure out kind of at what point does some of the gold maybe quit in a drainage or that, you start looking at the sides. You start looking at how that gold would have concentrated in that creek. Where might it have come from?
Now, in your case here, one thing that I noticed, see this sudden jog right here? Now, that was clear. That could indicate this is also a fault.
That would be my exact suspicion.
So you may have a fault here and a fault
That's
there.
exactly right. And maybe I can draw that, better to somebody, to this. But you could have shift this way and this way, which would mean that this main drainage as well is possibly a fault. So this could be the fault. The drainage itself could actually be the fault. And this is a cross fault coming across. But when you start to look at maps and you start to see things that it's like, well, why are they both coming in, in from two different directions at a close to the approximately same area?
Especially if they're relatively straight,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, if you're standing up on the mountain here and you can look up this drainage going the other way, it starts to tell you that structurally something lines up. What it is exactly, you have to be boots on the ground to start to figure it out. But that's why I say, by doing some homework and looking at maps of the area that you really want to go hunting in, then when you do get on the ground, you can start to see things that make sense to you. So, I mean, theoretically, somewhere downstream of all three of these could be a really, really good placer that literally was never even found if every one of these was some kind of geological structure that created brought up mineralization.
well, there's
Heat, pressure.
an interesting situation that I break for bedrock.
We can clear that too.
There's the main drainage that went here.
Yeah.
There's a little side creek like this.
Mhm.
Now, mind you, this is all dry.
Right.
Okay. This is very narrow. I mean, sometimes 2-3 feet wide
Mm-hmm.
on bedrock. And they plastered up this and they were getting nuggets. They were dry washing, sometimes metal detecting and stuff.
Right.
Then they got to a particular spot and they found a whole bunch of nuggets right there
Yeah.
and then nothing.
Okay.
Okay. So right there, that just is an alarm bell, isn't it?
It can be.
Well,
It
right
could
up
be
here-
a trap. It could be a trap. But yeah, you definitely want to, if you go above here and you're not finding nothing,
Nothing.
holy shit, you back off and you try to start figuring out
And
what
so
happened.
they went up this hill here, loaming,
Yep.
testing the soil, and they found a spot. It was weathered bedrock with chunky gold in it.
Mm-hmm.
Not much in the way of fine gold. And they could take that and run it through a little impact mill like you've got, little chain mill,
Right.
dry wash it, and get like 95% recovery.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
And it was decomposed bedrock. It was not placer.
Right. But it's almost to the point of placer.
Yeah, you can.
Right. You've got decomposed.
chew it up
your
with a pick.
bedrock. Right. Your bedrock's loose enough that.
But say this creek bed here was significantly better than this one.
Mm-hmm.
So they followed it up. Then they got to a spot where there was a patch of nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
He said like hundreds of them.
So you have some kind of movement, or you've got some kind of system.
And so then they
that's the other thing is there actually a pattern that maybe even goes somewhere?
I don't know. It wasn't apparent from just looking at the surface, and I didn't stay involved in that long enough to get anything really figured out. But there was a little bit of a drainage
Just a
right in
slight,
here, so that's plausible, and nothing on this side here. But that's a classic case where you just follow the gold and just
You have to. And I mean, a lot of times what you're doing isn't apparent until you learn enough about the drainage or the area you're working in, and it starts to become more apparent, or there's a piece of the puzzle you're just not quite figuring out. It's like, we find a little bit, but not very much. And the more you seem to learn and the more you start to pay attention, I mean, I've been in some of these drainages where there was things that as many times as I walked up and down, even a trail, there was things I didn't notice until the 5th or 7th time I was on that trail. And I'm like, how the hell did I miss that? But you got a lot of things going through your mind.
You're looking for help.
You're hurrying. You're hurrying to get to the spot you're going to dig today or whatever.
get back to the truck before night.
The more time you can spend in an area and the more you can try to learn about it, the more things that become apparent. And really what it does is it expands your hunting area to all of a sudden it's like, holy crap, okay, now I can go this way and hunt. and do some, hunting and work up in here, and I can go over here and I can check that out and start to even understand more than what I thought I already knew. So you do have to enter it with the hunt is a big part of it.
That's the part you like.
I love it. I
you
absolutely love it. The more time I can spend up there hiking around and looking and poking and digging, the better off I am.
Yep.
But it also is part of that learning curve that you just don't walk out somewhere and get lucky. I mean, you can. There's guys who have done it, but it's usually that's not the case. It's really about doing some homework, looking at the maps, trying to figure out, is there something, we've got the tools that are in front of us that they didn't have 40, 50 years ago even.
Oh, yeah.
When we can
satellite.
With the internet and the knowledge that you can glean out of a lot of this historic workings and all these papers, a lot of this stuff, especially starting to come online with the colleges and the Bureau of Mines and all that stuff, where years ago, these old timers that walked these drainages, they had their eyes. That's all they had. They didn't. Yeah, they did not have, the electronics we've got. They didn't have the maps. They may not even known where the hell they were.
Wonder how many deposits got lost.
Where they left and they couldn't figure it out where the hell they even were. You got to wonder.
Yeah.
But that's the way these guys, they had their eyes. Literally, that's it. And a lot of them didn't have that much knowledge of what it was they were even looking for. No different than, anybody, really. You go out there and you start somewhere. And you kind of look at what the guy over there's doing. What's he digging? What color is the rocks? That type of thing. And we all do that. What's he doing over there? And that's all helpful as well. I mean, if you could talk to an old timer who's mined in the area, maybe he knows something, maybe he only knows that spot. But all of it'll give you reference and knowledge of the area that eventually the puzzle pieces do start fitting together. And I'll tell you what, when they do, it gets to be a lot of fun, because now you're realizing and finding things that everybody else walked right past.
Well, that would always be fun.
Yeah. Definitely, Jeff. I mean, there's so many tools we have at our disposal now that literally most prospectors didn't have.
Well, not only can you use a magnetic detector, but they also have these, I don't know what the brand name of them are, but I'm basically a copper tube with a cap on the end, and it's got a magnet that free floats in it. And you stick it in the ground,
yeah,
and then pull it up, and you can see the black sand on it and get an idea how much is there.
See the amount of magnetite.
Then you just go like this. The magnet slides the other end.
Not every deposit has magnetite though either.
Yeah,
depending on what you're in. We were in ground down there by Dillon that it was an iron oxide. It was a lead oxide deposit.
Wow.
It was a lead oxide deposit. It was bizarre as hell, but it was full of gold that was like grains of rice. Literally, when we got done doing cleanups and stuff, all the gold that we had in the pan would literally look just like digging, dumping a bag of rice in your pan. The grain size was very consistent throughout it. Once in a while, you'd see a little bigger nugget, and once in a while, you'd see some fine gold, but most of it was just like little pieces of rice, little long and elongated little pieces of gold. And it was the damnedest thing, but it was hard to separate with the sluice box and stuff because of the lead carbonate that was in it. The lead was just as heavy as the gold, and it would plug the sluice boxes really bad if you didn't wash it slowly and make sure that your boxes were working very efficiently. So, not all gold is going to be in the same kind of rock that somebody else somewhere else is getting either.
Oh, that's for sure.
Just trying to follow it by color of rock or color of something doesn't necessarily mean you're looking at the right rock.
Well, this is a good example. That is not, actually, to the eyeball, that's a dark chocolate
it's almost
brown.
Yeah, it's almost got a black tinge to it, or manganese type color to it.
This is not the typical color that people associate with gold ore. This is what they would normally associate with
Right.
gold ore.
Right. More iron
This is
oxide
probably just
looking.
fine.
But anything with a higher level of manganese can be black. Gold can be with, a black rock. If we're doing assays on hard rock or that, I mean, I don't pass up black rocks. I don't pass up anything with a good iron stain or limonite orange or yellow, anything bright like that. And I also look at any edges with marble. If you've got marbleized limestone, you had a lot of heat and a lot of pressure. So there's a good chance that somewhere near that marble or under that marble could very well be a cap if the country rock is limestone. There was enough heat and pressure coming into that limestone or under that limestone, you very well somewhere around the edges of that or the fracture zones of that may very well have gold.
Well, how would you identify marble? You get large crystals, or what's the?
Well, you'll see the limestone literally looks more like marble or like a quartz looking,
More
it's-
translucent,
Yeah, right, more translucent and a lot finer grained, hard. Where, your limestone's pretty soft. You can sit there and break it up and pulverize it.
Mhm.
But you start to get marble, now it's a little more, sharp fractures. Just like you're beating on a piece of quartz.
Okay.
It can have edges that you can cut with almost.
Okay.
Yeah, Doug, exactly. I mean, you don't always know what the source or what the country rock, the metamorphosis was, unless you're already a geologist and have done a lot of studying. But for most of us, that's not the case. It's go out there and learn, but you don't want to miss an important step somewhere and go, man, I walked over that spot. And I heard this from old miners. The fact that you guys found that there, I've walked past that spot for 40 years and never looked twice at it.
Well, that happened to the Comstock lode.
Well, that happened in a lot of these situations, is that they had it in their head that they were looking for a specific thing and they walked past it. And I heard this from a couple miners that's interesting that you found that there because, basically we worked below it and we worked above it and past it and traveled right there and never looked twice at that. There's the, in that case, that was actually the source of the gold for that area. But nobody looked twice at it. And it's like, how can you guys all be miners after all these years of mining summer after summer after summer?
We're geologists. We're miners, not geologists or
exactly.
mineralogists.
But they never asked either, or they never questioned what was right there in front of them.
Oh.
And it's, the biggest thing is when you think you know something, you're wrong. Usually, you always question and re-question. Yeah, Doug, you can find some gneiss that, nice. That'll really jump out, and it could be mineralized, or you can have gneiss that has absolutely nothing for hundreds of feet in it.
But it shows you there was heat and pressure.
But definitely, you've got heat and pressure. And those are the things to pay attention to, is if that rock was metamorphosized somehow, what was the process that did that, and could it be mineralized, or could it have brought mineralized fluids up into it? In this area, we're in the batholith, basically. So anywhere you've got granite, especially protruding out of the ground, there's an opportunity that it brought, mineralized or minerals out of that granite and precipitated them against limestone or against marble or under marble. So there's a lot of things here to really look at, especially, as Jeff says, when you get around cooked limestone, pay attention to those outside perimeters of that limestone or faulting within the limestone. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities out there to find things that guys have walked over for, the last 140, 50 years. It's just really trying to learn your area as well as you can. And, and if you're not successful there, then, whatever, next season, look at a new area, but really try to do your homework and pull that together, that you start to understand where is there a possible opportunity in here to be looking.
Rescuers work to
Yeah, definitely, Jeff,
275 people trapped on
Goshen's are
Highway
always a good starting point, if nothing else.
Look at this. Pretty crazy.
If you got any questions, fire them off. We'll definitely, Glenn, the amount of knowledge that's really out there, and it may not pertain exactly to the little area you're looking at, it's a microcosm of the big picture. But the more you kind of start to learn where the hard rock mines are, how the drainages lay, with Google Earth and all these easily accessible systems, as well as BLM maps or, Department of Interior maps,
So at the
county
moment,
maps, aerial maps, aviation type maps.
So at the moment, all the highways connecting Vancouver area to the rest of Canada are closed with no estimated time of reopening. At least 275 people that they know of are trapped in various locations that they're trying to rescue.
Wow.
The highways are all gone.
Oh, David, I think those guys down in Bear Gulch, see, they've used exactly what I'm saying. They've used history,
Holy
knowledge.
smokes, look at this bear.
They've used all the reference material that existed for those mines in that whole drainage there across that mountain to basically zero in on the fact that the middle of that mountain is probably exactly how they're portraying it. It's a big network of mineralized anomaly that could be worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
I want some.
But it took 140 years to understand what all of these independent little mines were doing and how the picture fits together. The project that I was working on throughout this summer and over the last actually 7 years is the same type of project that, without kind of combining the knowledge in the whole area there, historically, nobody ever put that picture together. But we kind of did. Now, we've got drill targets and things we're going to go after that are going to be really, really interesting.
Yeah, we'll be doing a lot more vids with Jim there.
Yeah. Jeremy, no, we'd have no sapphires up there. I did pick up a real beautiful, and I didn't bring it, but
And yeah, Bear, they
I
named the driver of that bomb car
Where?
in Liverpool.
I did pick up a really neat 6-sided water quartz crystal. That's just, it's not very long. The terminations on the ends are broke off. So as I looked around on the ground though to see if I could find, another piece of it, but I didn't. But it was really interesting, but we're in an area where you could definitely have some other stuff. No sapphires that I know of though.
Now, Jeff was saying $200,000 when gold was 20 an ounce, some miles up the drainage, no visible bench. How far up the slopes would you test for gold? First of all, I'd go up the drainage until the gold
Stops.
Sudden change in
Or
concentration.
if the old miners stopped for some reason, like say up that drainage, a mile or 10 miles, it doesn't matter, but at some point up that drainage, if the old timers stopped mining, the first question is why? No gold, problems with water. What were the reasons that they would have quit doing what they were doing? If they were getting gold, they wouldn't have stopped. They'd have mined it right to the top of the damn mountain. So that could be an indicator. If they stopped somewhere along that line, that would be an indicator that, okay, whatever was gold bearing or mineral bearing probably also stopped a short distance above or right where they stopped. So then you start looking at the side hills, and that may lead you up the mountain a mile. You don't know. All you can do is loam basically back and forth across the mountain, trying to figure out what changes, what kind of rock changes do I have? Do I have a spring up there somewhere? Because a lot of times a spring, if there's a spring up in a little tiny drainage maybe, or just a little, almost a nothing, if there's a spring there, or like in the case around here, willows or alders growing on the side of the mountain, that means there's water there. And if there's water there, the water has to have some kind of plumbing in order to come out the top of a mountain, which means probably a fault zone, some kind of fracturing that it can have water. So that's a good place to start your mineral search, is why is there water coming out of a mountain 5 miles up here?
Well, and to answer the question, the simplest, how far do you go up? As long as you're finding gold.
Or finding something that says we should be finding gold. It could be in other minerals. Theoretically, yeah, if you started trenching on the side hill with those indicators, you should be finding gold. Like here, we do have a lot of ground cover that as the mountains degraded, not all of it was mineralized, of course. So in places, you've got 2 or 3 or 6 feet of ground cover that in order to see what the country rock or the possible rock changes are, you may have to rely on a logging road to see the change, somewhere higher on the mountain, or some old workings from some old miners that may have found something, but they didn't find what they were looking for. But that doesn't mean it can't be a really good indicator of what you're looking for. Because like I say, they didn't have the tools and resources or the knowledge that we have in front of us. Yeah, Chris has it exactly. If the saddle or on the opposite side of the mountain was worked out very heavily, there's a good chance it shows up on the side of the mountain that you're on also. It probably came directly, the system came through the mountain. Well, nowadays, Jeff, those sulfides are a different area on that mountain, could be worth a lot of money. But that's where the prospecting and a lot of homework start to come together. Yeah, sometimes, Chris, you're right. Game trails, they'll kick along and they'll dump rocks off the edge of that trail. Cattle trails, anywhere there's been some kind of change on that side hill, you never know what you may find laying right there in plain daylight that wasn't laying there 100 years ago or 140 years ago when the last good prospector went through. Or like we were talking, I was saying earlier, if you were working on a specific thing on that mountain, an old mine or something, you may have walked past the actual, the good spot for 40 years and never even realized you were walking past it every day because that you were worrying about getting up there to go to work. The other thing, Jeff, is you can have paralleling structures. That's another thing that a lot of people miss. If there was an old mine that was a pretty good mine or had production, and you've got the records that that they actually produced something, whether it was gold or silver or copper or whatever, start looking left and right, or like I say, over the other side of the mountain from it, because if there is And you could take this out to even a mile. In some cases, it could even be farther than that. But if you went, east, say, and then west, a mile on each side of that system, there's a good chance you'll find paralleling structures that are just as good or better than where those original, maybe a line of old mines were or something.
The guy was Muslim, by the way, a refugee from Syria.
No. Shocked.
Well, in some drainages, Jeff, you're going to have your best concentration of gold. The water's concentrated the gold. It's washed away the lighter gravels and sand and rock and clay and left the gold because of the density of the gold. That's why you have concentration of gold in a drainage or in a creek, is because the other material gets taken away from it and the gold concentrates. That doesn't mean that once you get into the side hills, that it'll be as rich as the drainage necessarily, unless you start to get close to the actual source of the gold. If you start to dial in on the source of the gold, then you could have a residual placer on the side of the hill, basically that could be metal detectable or panning, and you could have some unbelievable rich ground that was never found because they weren't up on the side of the hill looking for it there. Or if you had a rich bench, I mean, if the original gold was laid down here and now the drainage is down here, this bench could be exceedingly rich. And you will see that here. You will in Montana, in a lot of places. You'll see it in Alaska in a lot of places. Russia's very similar in its respects. The Yukon. If the original drainage was here and then it eventually worked down gradient, if the water is running down the mountain at a certain point going that way, it'll take some of that gold from that as that stream shifts in its system. And this will be concentrated placer that a lot of the old guys worked, but they never realized this was the lode that they were actually looking for, the old, the ancient placer. For me, rich ground tricky really would be something commercially viable to what I'm doing, which would put it somewhere probably in the minimum $20 a yard material if you could once diagnose what gravels are paying the best. And ideally not something that's deeper than 50 or 60 feet, because the deeper it gets, the more expensive it gets to move all that overburden and then have to put that back somehow. No, Terry, they really don't. It depends on where you are in the mountains here. The mountains here, we're in the Central Rocky Mountains, and literally you have mountains within mountains. So you have drainages that literally, some drainages will run east and then run north and then run south to go west to the Pacific Ocean. We're on the western slope for the most part where I'm doing most of my work. So everything is draining to the west. But the drainages aren't necessarily running, south and west or something like that. It just depends on where you're at within the mountains. The thing is the geology may have had only a specific, set of, like mainly in this area. I want to use this for reference, but in this area here, most of your main big old ancient faults that are known are kind of running in a northwest direction. But then you've got, as the mountains came up in here and stuff, and the batholith, the granite that was pushed up to raise up the mountains, you've got drainages that literally, like I say, run in completely opposite damn directions based on where the increase, the granite and the mountain was actually raised up. So it's you have no real deal, but if you can figure out the mineralization pattern, and that's where I say go back to some of these, USGS knows basically on a big scale where these faults are. The other thing is defined as where are the smaller faults. If you get in an area in here that you've got a lot of smaller faults or something, there's a good chance that you're going to be able to find mineralized ground within those structures, as well as you could have cross faults that are actually crossing the major stuff. I think Chris kind of answered that, Tricky, but no, $20 a yard material, like per yard, or if we put it into tonnage even, is trying to get, you need to get in that range of values that you can pay for equipment and fuel and labor and still make a profit. Ideally with gold now as high as it is, if you can run in the neighborhood of, let's just say 150 yards of material a day, 200 tons, your costs of operation should be probably somewhere in the $800 to $1,000, and your gold value is at 1,800. So theoretically, you should have an $800 per ounce profit. If you can contain your daily costs, which are mainly fixed, once you're operational, most of your production costs are pretty fixed. You know how much diesel fuel you go through every day, and hydraulic oil and engine oil, and you know what your labor costs every day, depending on how many people you got. And you know what your original equipment costs were. So your costs are kind of fixed. So then it's about production, and it's about good production, having the ounces or whatever, 1 ounce a day to offset. If it's costing you $800 a day to operate, ideally you want 1 ounce a day. So now you maybe have $1,000 profit, or $1,000 at least to continue into the operation, because you'll always go through, even in a hard rock situation, you'll go through good ground and then you'll go into bad ground. And you always have cost overruns and things that, affect what the end profit is at the end of the year. But you need to be able to sustain operations through the process. Yeah, Terry, that's true. And that makes it, in some cases, it makes it harder to try to figure out. But in some cases, the glaciers scoured some of those hills and stuff enough that you've got exposed bedrock that you can start to see what kind of rock are you dealing with and where's a change in rock. All of a sudden the rock goes from gray or blue granite or something to a white outcropping of quartz. When you start to see those kind of changes, those are the areas you want to start really paying attention to. Well, yeah, exactly, Chris. I mean, fuel prices, the thing that what's historically always happened though is the higher gold goes, the higher diesel goes. So actually it's kind of a one for one. It kind of goes together most of the time. I mean, in this thing that we're in now, who the hell knows? But back when I was pulling some gold out, and we had the gold price that went to 1,900 plus an ounce. Our off-road diesel fuel was $4 a gallon. So it sucked to be bringing in fuel every few days at $4 a gallon for off-road diesel fuel. But the fact that the gold price continued to go up, when we originally looked at the placer and ran the numbers for the economics, we were looking at $1,000 gold And I don't remember what the diesel at the time was. It was probably less. Our off-road was less than $2 a gallon. But as the gold went to $1,920 or whatever, the diesel fuel kept coming right along with it. But at least those offsets were kind of percentage for percent. It wasn't bad. It didn't increase our actual issue a whole lot in that scenario. I mean, if the diesel fuel price goes up real high and gold goes back to $1,000, yeah, there's a problem. And it may be an issue where you just shut down operations and do some more prospecting for the next sites you can do after this site. Well, you want to, ideally, by doing your testing, you try to balance your high grade with some of the moderate or possibly even on the edge of low grade. Because even in a hard rock situation, you don't want to just go in and mine out the high grade and leave everything else. Ideally, if you can mine out some some high grade with some of the intermediate grade or lower grade, it may pull the dollar average down, but it makes the lower grade stuff actually productive to mine it. So you've got a much bigger reserve of possible mining. So it's definitely grade control in that aspect, that you want to find a balance that if your operating costs, are a fairly set amount of money, or your original, involvement of money is a set amount of money, if everything stays above that, 20% above that, everything is valuable, versus just go in, do the high grade, and then end up bankrupt because you can't do the rest. Well, thanks, Tricky, for being here. And, thanks for all the input. Well, Jeff, in a lot of cases, some of these drainages, depending on water and things like that, it could be as low as they only got 50% of the gold. The problem is if the tailings are really mixed up within the drainage down below, whether you can recover, 40% of that efficiently or not, is really figuring out what kind of equipment will give you that opportunity, and what's the size of the gold, the particle sizes, what are you trying to get it out of? If it's all the clay in that they wash down, you may not have any better success than what they did. I mean, even though with gold prices now, if you recovered 25% of what they lost, it still could be valuable. It could be commercially viable. Yeah, Terry, and a scenario like that could be, maybe you're not going to get rich, but if you're running above what your expenses are, it can be a lot of fun to just mine for the fun or hobby and make some money, or put the gold in the safe at home and just have it. Those are all those are always things you got to do, figure out too. If I can pay my expenses, how much of it do I really have to even turn into money? Or what new equipment do I want? Any other questions, guys?
Look at this.
Yeah, you see that. We're losing Keith here, folks.
I'm up at 3 a.m, man.
He's getting his nap in here.
He's over here snoring.
Am I?
Yeah, 5-minute nap. It's all good. Sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. Well, yeah, it's there's decisions you got to make. Exactly, Jeff. A minor, quick miner's nap, just a couple minutes and good to go again.
I'm ready to go.
But Oh, definitely, Chris. And there's some, there's some things about, and that's something possibly to learn if you really want to do some homework over the winter, is there's some advantages. Yeah, thanks, Bryce. There's some advantages to owning a mining claim. But you definitely want to do your own homework, talk to an accountant about what it is you kind of want to do. It's kind of interesting because a lot of you, if you start to look at who owns mining claims and patented mining claims and that, you tend to find that the same guy owns a lot of different pieces of ground. And part of the reason for that is if you buy a patented mining claim for the purposes of mining, or for that fact, just your regular mining claims, most of everything you do with those is 100% deductible. As long as the purpose is to truly mine it, if you mine it out, the ground still theoretically has a value to sell to a hunting camp or to somebody's recreational property. But the fact is, on paper, once it's mined, there is no value to it anymore because it was written off. You can write the value of the property off 100%. And so there's some, here in the States, I don't know how Canada and some of these other places are, but here in the States, there is advantages to owning mining land and, mining ground. But you definitely want to look at what the tax codes are, deal with an accountant as to, what can I do here? But as far as equipment's all, equipment, you can write it all off over time. Sometimes, depending on who's in office and what, sometimes it's, half of it in the first year. And that can all go against what you're taking out of the ground. So there is some advantages to this business in being able to build a bigger business. And that's why you'll see that the same people own a lot of mining land, because there's advantages for them in owning it. And they've figured out how the game goes. Yeah, blind dude, if you're not on somebody else's claim and it's an area open to minerals, yeah, you can go pan or metal detect or whatever, as long as you stay off their claims. Here in Montana, you have a right to cross their claims, just walk across, as long as you're not stealing, Well, that's true, Terry. In a lot of cases, even, when I started, I was doing it for the fact of being profitable, but that's sometimes a dream too. You have to do your homework and you have to pay attention to how you're going to, make that happen. And the biggest thing is understanding the history and everything, and then understanding the process of testing it correctly so you're not lying to yourself. The worst thing you want to do is say, oh man, this is really rich, and bring in and spend a whole bunch of money or get an investor. And at some point this winter, I'll go into financing a mine and some things like that. But you want to make sure that what it is you're finding is real before you start to, and that's part of the prospecting side of it, is you need to really prove it to yourself, but also be able to really put it on paper, prove it and put it on paper. How would I even make this work? And that changes from site to site as well. Even for me, I have to go through those, that system to figure out, can I make this work? Can I make a profit? Yeah, well, claim jumping can be, you want to piss neighbors and people off, start claim jumping, In the old days, they just shot you. Well, Kevin, yeah, there's the small gold, like the stuff Keith's working on, and that those guys had just a lot harder time probably than what Keith's having with that kind of rock. When they could use cyanide here, it probably helped a lot, but made it profitable enough to even do it.
Yeah, without
the leaching, you couldn't do it. But there's also some good deposits, valuable deposits that still exist. I mean, I'm proof of that. There is places that they didn't get. And to be honest with you, I think a lot of these drainages that were actually heavily mined, short of some of the dredges, where the dredges ran, the big stuff, they did about as good a job as they could do with what they had. And it's going to be a lot harder to come up with, economic value unless it's something that they missed. If any of you guys watch Dave Turin's show, or they work down in Colorado or somewhere, there's always areas that the dredge missed, or they just went past and left that little drainage off that way or something. And that, those could be rich. But a lot of these that were handwork drainages and that, there's a lot of value there yet to be had if it's tested properly and you can prove it out. And it comes down to doing, like we just did in that video, where you go in and you dig holes and you keep digging holes till you've got it proven enough to say, yes, there's enough ground here to make this work.
Yeah, blind dude. Matter of fact, I just had to send some maps to BLM. They want a sketch map of how your claim lies in the section, and then they take that and make the records, but it's not surveyed or anything. So it depends a lot on how good the guy is at locating his own claim.
Yeah. I mean, the GPSs help a lot nowadays because they're kind of going to where they like GPS coordinates on the corner, because that really can put it on the map in the correct place. And that new MLRS, I think inevitably over a period of time is going to be a pretty good system as they keep getting all this stuff put together correctly. Where in the past it was really bad, because they could give you, township range section and everything, and you literally had to go out there and find that guy's claim and claim markers to make sure you weren't on it.
Can you survey the claim yourself with GPS?
Yeah.
The level of accuracy of your GPS? Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, Jeff. I mean, and now think of that. If you get into that kind of material with the value we've got in gold now, you got some damn rich ground, Yeah, Chris, I'm still trying to fight with my GPS.
Yeah, there is zero estimates so far.
I'm not the technological savvy person that probably some of you guys are. I'm still pretty old school.
Well, mine gives me an estimated accuracy.
Within 20 feet.
Depends. Sometimes mine will get down to 3.
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
Or, you hope that's the truth, but
electronics can lie.
Well, I've had cases where it said, "Yep, you're within 5 feet." Okay, that's close enough as far as I'm concerned for what we're doing, staking a quick claim. Well, you turn around and walk 100 feet away from that spot, and then check that GPS coordinate again, and You're within 40 feet of it. And it's like, well, how the hell can that be? I know I'm 100 feet from the corner, give or take.
What
So
I usually do is
you
I'll
go-
walk back and forth a few times. and see
right.
if
Well,
it
yeah, but
stabilizes.
it's been situations where you go from maybe having 3 satellites to 4 satellites, and all of a sudden you're 40 feet off. You, honest to God, are 40 feet off from where you thought that first corner was. So, yeah, they're accurate to a point, but
Yeah, Glenn, there are places where the GPS does not work. You've got a lot of trees, deep canyons, things like that.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. If you lose 1 or 2 satellites, it's kind of not good. Yeah, Bryce, you can use Onyx, and there's other maps here. They got a good system, base maps. You can do a lot, but how actually accurate it is versus some of the surveying equipment that a surveyor would come in and really do an accurate job, you could be off quite a bit, more than you think. I mean, it'd be really easy to have your corner off 20 feet.
Well,
Which, as far as the BLM or somebody's concerned, unless there's an issue and you actually have to survey it, or in permitting issues for some of these bigger mines, they literally get to the point where they bring surveyors in and do survey it because they want accuracy so that there is no mineral question that, oh, you got onto the neighbor's ground or something like that.
well, I was talking to a surveyor over a decade ago, and he says with the new instrumentation surveyors have, says if I got cell coverage, I can tell you where you are within 1/100th of a foot.
Yeah, no, yeah, they can get down to, they're close enough when they drive the stake in the ground. If it goes in at an angle, they're off more with the stake.
Yeah.
Oh. But no, there definitely, guys, is some really good opportunities out there, but you just have to learn the area, keep looking for clues, realize that the puzzle's far bigger than you think it is.
Oh man, I think a lot.
Well, I just always got to the point I just question everything. Even if I think it's something I understand, you got to question it, turn around, look different ways, look at how stuff lays. And sometimes it's later on than you go, holy crap, we missed, there's something going on over here that we completely missed. It's using that many satellites, huh, Jeff? That's interesting.
Well, as Chris is
Blind
talking
dude,
about,
I guess. Yeah.
They're
Well, this DJI is a really good little drone, supposedly. But
no, what Chris is talking about there is that the surveying equipment is actually using the cell towers as reference antennas.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it gets a lot more detailed.
Yeah, that's how they can do that. Let's say it was funny because he just has his instrument on a short rod there.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Yep, all I got to do is it'll tell me where the tip of that rod is."
Yeah, Onyx, the hunting apps for Onyx and that, like Montana and most of the states with Onyx now, you can get landowner information and base maps here. Base maps are the same way. And actually, I'm starting to like base maps better because they have much more layering. You can put down the bow hunting zones that are open, and you can put down the rifle zone or the bear zone or a mountain lion zone. They've got a lot more layering, and I was actually talking with the guys about possibly doing one with minerals and claims, because to have that in your hand and to be able to go, oh, that so-and-so has that, to know who the owner is, and possibly in a lot of cases a phone number, an address. You've got all the information at the touch of your hand while you're on the ground, and it's so cool, so damn useful.
Yeah, blind dude.
Yeah,
I've held the rod a bit too, but I've got a theodolite back in Tucson, and I'd actually be running the instrument there, but it does a lot of the calculation for you. Once you get it set up and oriented, it does your slope distances, horizontal distances, vertical distances. All that stuff is just digital displays.
I'll have to check that out, Doug. Huh.
Oh. I've been up since 3 a.m.
All right. Well, we can call it any time.
You can sit here and chat with them too.
No,
I can take a nap.
I have to get up in the morning too.
Yeah.
And I get up at 5 a.m. every morning. So,
Well, be that way.
well, it's something growing up on the farm. I'm just up.
Yeah,
I'd love to sleep until 8 o'clock in the morning. I can't remember the last time I got to do that.
sometimes I do just
I
fine, other
can't.
times not.
Yeah, I can't. I just 5 a.m. or 5 to 5 in the morning. I don't even use an alarm. I'm just up.
But the cleaned value of the resin down to 1 part in a million. Check. Yard weighs 2,200 pounds, probably more than that in place.
Yeah.
And gold $1,800, 1 per is $47 a yard. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Sounds plausible.
Yeah.
Let's say 1 parts per million is not profitable. But that's what actually the resolution of the instrument here. I'm getting reports to the 100th of the ppm on these solutions here. It's three significant figures. If it's like 28.4 or 0.82 like that. But yeah, that's 1 part per million. That would be okay for an open pit heap leach operation or a placer operation. Underground, not going to work. Micro scale underground, really not going to work. Typically, Chris, the numbers I heard are for rock in place about 2.25 tons per cubic yard. Bank run in place dirt about 1.5 to 1.75 ton per cubic yard, and loose fill about 1.25 tons per cubic yard.
That's the fun of the hunt, Jeff. But Douglas, I'll look that up and check that app out, because I'm not sold on any one app, but I have been using base maps lately, and I kind of like it. I can zero in, I can lock it in my phone. So even if I have no cell coverage out there, which is similar to Onyx, you can do the same thing. You can download your maps of area you're going to hunt or go out into, and then it'll always show you where you're at with it, even without the cell coverage. But you can look at the map and try to figure out the landowners or where the lines are and da-da-da. But I'll check that other app out. I didn't even know anything about it. So,
yeah, Chris, that's correct. When we're talking those subparts per million, those are not ore I'm processing. That would be the residuals in the leach solution. I'm getting down, 0.76, 0.74 parts per million in this leach solution after the resin.
that's how I am, Terry. If I get 4 or 5 hours, I am good to go. I actually feel better than if I get too much. If I get too many hours, I'm lethargic and tired all day. And
one of the problems when we're out there at the mine is there's nothing to do at dark. I probably ought to bring a book or something, but yeah. I mean, we got 14 hours to kill.
Yep, dark. Yeah. That's hard. Even when I was up in the mountains, same thing. I mean, we'd quit, at this time of the year, we'd be done plastering or whatever by 5, 6 o'clock at night. You have dinner and then you sit there because if I go to bed at 8 o'clock at night, I'll be up at midnight. And then what do you do from midnight till
Yep.
7 and 8 o'clock in the morning till it gets light out?
1,000 liters has 0.75 grams gold. Yeah, that's correct. But then it gets recycled, so you don't lose it. That seems to be kind of the limit of this particular resin. We'll be testing some other resins this winter and some other methodologies. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to get below that. I mean, fresh resin was just not getting below there. That first test I did, stage 2 was putting out 0.76 part per million, stage 3 0.76 part per million, stage 4 0.74 parts per million. Yeah, it's not recovering anything at those concentrations. Oh, I've been doing fine. The heart surgery was a year and a half ago, and I'm doing okay. I'm actually getting stronger right now, but come winter, I'm going to lose, there's not going to be as much work, and I got to have hernia surgery and 2 cataract surgeries and stuff like that. It's, going to keep me from getting as much exercise. Being up there at that mine, I was up there, we got up there at 1 o'clock Friday afternoon, worked till dark. Was at 8 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning, worked till dark. Was at it around 8 o'clock in the morning. I think it was a little bit later. Sunday, and worked till 2 in the afternoon. And I got home and I wasn't exhausted. So I've definitely gotten a lot stronger.
There's something about being up there doing that stuff too that is as tiring as the work is. For some reason, when you like doing what you're doing,
The day
it
goes
doesn't.
fast.
Well, it doesn't wipe you out so much either.
Yeah.
You get in a nice methodology of what you're doing, or nice system working, and you just keep working.
Yeah, blind dude. I know my left eye will be a lot better than what it is now. The right eye will be a lot better than it is now too, but I've always been able to see a lot better with my right eye. So I should be in pretty good shape. My main problem is astigmatism, and that requires an extra $900 per eye. So I'm going to do that on the right eye, not the left. Because I don't really, my brain just doesn't pay much attention to the left image anyway. I'm looking at you right now. I'm looking at you with this eye.
Okay.
This one here is it's not even pointed the same direction a little bit, right?
It's pretty close right now. Yeah.
Watch this.
Oh yeah, so it lifts out a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to have a toric implant.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not something, theoretically it'll be there forever. So might as well do it. Besides, that's my sighting eye.
Yeah, true, Jeff. It's just the purpose.
Well, and we're doing something really interesting. I mean, putting up that 10% focuses your mind, especially when I'm sitting there cutting that spreader bar.
What's going to happen?
I don't know if you saw that one, but I was getting ready to cut this temporary spreader. I go,
yeah, right. You
like,
check
okay,
and look
is there
at what
anything here I'm
right.
not taking into account?
Yeah,
because
well,
I'm under.
You need to
You also notice I made sure Eva was
away
out
from
from
it, in case
underneath
in
anything.
case it wanted to go.
Yeah.
No, you definitely have to pay attention. You
Yeah.
know, and double check.
Yeah, Terry, she'll take good care of me, that's for sure. But yeah, that's a little bit nerve-wracking when you're underneath timber, cutting timbers out while you're replacing them and stuff. That gets a little bit weird. But that wasn't too bad because there wasn't a lot of weight, and I doubled up on the lagging above me, and I got 2x6s and the roof jack, and the other ones. Well, it's like, yeah, I could support a semi. It's not going to come down.
If it hasn't fallen already, it probably isn't. But
hey, Mohammed, how's it going? Yeah, it's that was a bit cramped in there. That was not much fun. And once I get down below the timbering there, I should have height to work with, and theoretically that bench I should be gaining somewhere 6 to 12 inches for every 5 feet of sink that I go. The bench will get that much wider. At 40 foot of depth, it should be 10 feet wide. So
that'll be pretty cool.
Pretty easy to work on. Yeah, it's the ground ahead of me is pretty good. It's that stuff that's near surface. It's fractured from weathering and stuff like that. Not bad once you get in deeper. There may be some support I'll have to be doing, but he says he's got lots of stoles laying around where he can get to them. So
we can do some cutting.
And most of that stuff I'm working in is less than 4 feet wide. So we could just take tree trunks, basically, the 8-inch diameter or whatever, cut them to length, wedge them in place.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of mine wedges. That's what you just need. Lots of
Lots of wedges.
Lots of wedges.
That and cut you a little socket in there so that it can't slide out to grow.
Yeah. Get it tight.
So, as I say, it's pretty good. Actually, I'm just consulting with the mine owner, the guy who owns this stuff. Depending upon what happens in the future, we may set up some other kind of arrangement. Right now, I'm just a paid consultant, and I'm learning a lot. I'm having a good time, and managed to pay in the bills without too much trouble. I'm having a great time. This is interesting.
You're getting great video and stuff as you go too, and that's really cool.
And as I say, so it's working quite well. And he's easy to work with, as you know. He's
nice guy. Very nice guy.
Yeah, very rational.
Yeah, understands at least the theory, right?
Well, not only that, but I mean, he understands business. He understands numbers. He understands, okay, you got to do this because you got to do this sort of thing. And he's not going out in left field. Well, why don't we do this? And it's like, because it makes no sense. I mean, I've had in this business, you run into some pretty unusual people. I had a friend there for years. He was down in, near Tubac. But he was just convinced there was treasure in those hills and this and that, and he could douse and blah, blah, blah. And he was a character. And I mean, you can sit there and say, well, if I bury this silver bar there and then I douse it on the map, I can find it. Yeah, you buried it there. Of course you can find it.
Yeah.
Tell you what, give me the bar.
Yeah.
I'll go bury it somewhere. Then you find it.
Yeah, you go find it.
Yeah. I think he's doing paperwork.
I'm going to be doing a lot of paperwork, and I'm looking at another area. I picked up some samples here, I don't know, a few days ago up on a ridge. I was, intentionally elk hunting, but I walked across something that I thought I had to walk back and relook at. So I pulled some samples there to take and send for assay and play with.
Let's see. What are you guys doing this morning? Me, I'm doing a lot of research on the resin in terms of, there's a couple other resins I have samples to test here. There's methodologies for how to utilize the resin, and then I have to get the gold out of the resin. I've also got some crushing and grinding testing, and a few other little things. Plus, I got repair and maintenance on me. I say I've got 2 eyes and 1 hernia. Well, actually, it's a double hernia, but hernia surgery. So I got a lot of stuff there. And Terry said, "How did we two meet?" Well, I'll tell you how we met. When I came to Montana, not last summer, but the summer before, and I had the view from the penthouse.
Yep.
This character gets a hold of me and says, "I know where you're staying," and he said, "You want to get together or whatever?" So a couple of days later, I think we were up there at the casino.
Yeah.
You paid for dinner.
Yeah.
And we chatted and everything. And so that's how we got started. And it works well on the channel because he's really knowledgeable about placer, and I'm fairly knowledgeable about hard rock. And so
we're relying on all these guys too. Keep them questions Chris is. I mean, we couldn't do this without Chris.
Where am I going to eat tomorrow? Helena, Montana.
Like Jeff's mining. We got some really neat. Terry's mining and trying there. It sounds like.
Well,
and
Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff's mining. Jeff's actually a miner. That's. And I actually approached. I had watched Keith's videos too over the years, on and off, and go back and re-watch something. And when I heard he was going to be up here, I'm like, I got to talk to this guy, And then I had a mine out here that I talked to him. I said, let's, hey, I can help you for a day. Come on with me, hire you or whatever for a day, and we'll go out and have some fun. And we just, I don't know, it worked. We were both comfortable around each other. And it's like, we both have similar interests in playing with equipment and mining. And it just seemed to work out really good.
Yeah, it's worked out well. There's been times where I've helped you. Sometimes you've helped me, probably more.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. And as I say, we do work well together, and it's complementary too in terms of he has a wealth of knowledge that I don't, and vice versa, and that comes in very useful.
Same here, Patrick. I mean, jack of all trades, master of none sometimes. That's just how it is. But I think if you have the want to learn and try to better yourself and better the things around you, I guess that's life. We're actually living life, doing what we're doing,
Well, blind dude, I would say that would be on somebody else's hands, but my guess would be probably some dry suit gloves would be expensive, but probably pretty darn good. For cheap, I bought some in Boise. They were rubber gloves with insulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, wetsuit gloves are reasonable.
They're hard to work with, though.
Yeah,
scuba type gloves are just tough.
Yeah,
you lose all your dexterity. Well, Chris says there's some that aren't. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends on what you get. I suppose. I don't usually have too much trouble with scuba. You might need to make sure they're big enough.
Maybe.
So they're not too tight on you. That might be the problem.
I don't know. I mean, I've played with all different kinds of gloves, and usually I end up without them and freezing. But when you're trying to find gold, you can put up with a little miserable situation.
Well, I tell you what, Jason from Flower Gold Wizards, that guy, he breaks ice to pan gold. It's like, whoa.
Oh, sure, Muhammad.
Yeah,
I carry in my backpack, in my truck, a lot of different places. I carry a tube of shoe goo.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. You can do a lot of stuff with that.
I've glued things back together and then taped them up with duct tape or whatever, and made them, field repairs. And sometimes it works.
I tell you, blind dude, me too. I mean, I'm not panning generally, but when it's like freezing or a little bit below, even with the insulated leather gloves, my fingers get cold. And
his hands turn to ice. It's awful.
Well, there's only one person that really cares about that, but
The
yeah.
goddess does not find it amusing.
Yeah, I'm sure, Chris, the warm water would have to feel good. I was watching them guys up there, on that gold rush. They're working in them creeks. They're crazier than I am. That fast moving cold water right below a glacier, and not for me.
That sounds.
It doesn't even sound.
Let's
It's fun
see,
to
I'm
watch.
Trying to think of a word. Unpleasant.
Yeah. I mean, if the water stood still, it'd probably be frozen right to the bottom of the creek.
Yeah.
Bering Sea Gold.
Whitewater gold.
But Whitewater is the one that I was thinking of.
Gold,
But yeah, Bering Sea Gold in the middle of the winter, them guys are a little crazy too. I could see it in the summer, when at least the water temperature is a little more moderate.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, 8 hours under a frozen ocean. That sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah, but you see,
like I say, it makes for good video and it's fun to watch, but
if you did it
not
right,
for me.
It wouldn't be too bad if you had a dry suit under a wetsuit and then had hot water into the wetsuit.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be too bad.
But
oh yeah, shoe glue is some great stuff.
That stuff's mandatory. I've even on the coils on my metal detectors and that, when you wear through the skid plate on the bottom, you shoe glue them up good, let them harden, dry good and that. Hell, they'll run for another 5 years without replacing.
It is tough
it's just amazing stuff. Put your boot back together, glue up your rain suit or whatever, and I have used it in such odd places and it worked every time.
Yep. Well, good for Parker, that rascal.
Yeah, they're playing on a scale that's hard to understand with, the size of the equipment and the amount of fuel.
In the case of a raft, I think you'd probably need to with the shoe glue. In the case of like a boot, probably not.
No.
Just clean it, put it on there.
Yeah, Jeff, you get pretty creative sometimes in what you have to do in the field.
Yeah. Well, I'll say it. That's one reason I really like the Bago is because Eva's always got a nice, comfortable place to be.
Right.
And at night, I've got a nice, comfortable place, And
that's pretty good.
That is nice. Staying dry and warm is really important.
Oh yeah, you want to be comfortable doing whatever you're doing.
Yeah, shoe glue it's got a solvent based thing, so
it's like a rubber. It's like a rubber cement, but
rubber,
it's tough.
Yeah.
It dries really tough.
Yeah, it is really tough. It is almost as good as soles on a shoe. Tough.
Yeah, I've went to the point of melting plastic and trying to plastic weld things together and all kinds of stuff. But
and you just got to make sure it's clean so it can bond well. But it is some tough stuff. I've done some weird repairs with that stuff too. Good stuff.
I've super glued cuts on my hands back together just to avoid having to go to town.
By the way, for all you curious, my shin is doing just fine.
Yeah, Mr. Wounded.
Well, it's entertainment.
Yeah, it makes for good video. Here, Keith, catch.
Yeah, he yells, "Ow, mother effer!" And then the first thing he's doing while there's blood pouring down his foot is he's reaching for the video camera.
Yeah. Got a video of this. Yeah, duct tape isn't, for a water boot isn't tough enough, but
if you were doing it on a water boot, you put a patch on it also.
Yeah, blind dude, I've resorted to that. I've done.
Yeah,
everything in my truck is in my truck for a reason.
we found out we need to go through the first aid kit and just replenish some of the stuff.
I did that last year. I opened it up and I went through, and then I went and made a list, and I went to the pharmacy and that, and actually then I added some stuff, some bigger bandages and things like that. because
You're welcome, Mohammed.
when you're out where where we're working, you're 15, 20 miles from town, and the road isn't a road you just drive down. You creep in and you creep back out.
Yep.
So you got an hour of windshield time on a matter of just maybe a few miles.
Well, the kit I've got was designed mainly for major injuries.
Yeah.
I've got an Israeli pressure bandage,
Yep, that's
quick
good.
clot, things
Yep.
like that.
That's good.
Aside from that, a little bit of antiseptic, and you notice there was tweezers, scissors, and those tweezers, they may look kind of weird, but first of all, they're easy to find. I mean, they're eyebrow tweezers, but they work really good for getting cactus spines out and splinters.
Yep.
You know,
No, you have to.
well, blind dude, that may be true, but doesn't sound like much fun. I'll try it on something smaller later.
My backpack, I actually have a military surgical kit
Yeah.
that I carry in my backpack. And
George
I
said-
mean, so if I
It says salute.
I hate to have to sew myself up or something, but if it comes to that, it's
We have a
gonna-
suture.
Yeah, that's why I got sutures and I got everything,
I don't
and
know.
I know how to use it too. But
I don't know how
um,
easy it would be to suture yourself up. It'd be tough enough to just let Eva do it. Well, she knows how to
Yeah.
suture too.
I'd have more of a problem sitting watching somebody else try to sew my
Watching?
arm.
Wait a
Well,
minute. Wait.
sitting
What's
there
this
freaking
word?
out.
Watching.
Well,
Ah,
and
let's
I just-
see. I think maybe there's an elk over there.
No, you would be watching through the viewfinder. on
yeah, the
video.
camera. I got the camera. No,
Actually,
um,
that worked pretty well. It did. It made it a lot easier.
yeah, I personally think for me, I don't think I'd have a problem, but I grew up on a farm where we were doing a lot of crazy stuff with animals and stuff all the time anyway. To me, but letting somebody else do it makes me queasy or nervous.
Well, I tell you what, I have had experience with the alcohol prep pads before.
Yeah.
It was an interesting experience. You see, the middle finger on this hand is a little shorter than the other. Now that's because I was we were putting up the boom on a big rotary drill, blast hole drill. I have to connect the drive shaft. Now the approved method of connecting the drive shaft is you have the 6-pin joint undone, you raise it up, you slide the drive shaft out, engage the pins, take the little wing bolts over, tighten them down, and everything is fine and safe. But it takes a while. On the other hand, if you just drop the boom and let the spline shaft pull out of the other,
and then put them back together.
then as it comes in, you put it together. Well, if it doesn't go together just right, it'll tend to buckle
Mm-hmm.
with, I don't know how many tons of pressure. But I was trying to get it there, and I got my finger
right
a
up
little
the
far along that drive shaft to where there was a support
little
bracket.
pinch there.
And yeah, it just pinched it there. Take care, David. And so when I got to the office there, Alan said, I got good news and bad news. Good news is we got antiseptic. The bad news is it's an alcohol pad. I'm like, do what you got to do. Well, I was standing there holding my hand out. And then I was on my knees gasping for air. And I do not recall the time period between the two, but I knew it was fairly rapid. And I tell you what, man, that hurt a lot. So when I looked and I saw alcohol prep pads there, I'm like, nope, not going to happen.
Well, night, everybody here.
Yeah.
Thanks for all being here. And I think hopefully we learned something.
And nowadays, Chris, you can use quick clot. It's a lot less painful.
Yeah.
And okay, we're going to call it a night here. Anyone who got any last minute questions?
Yeah. We'll give you one more chance.
You know, it's funny when you have that one running and stuff, you can see the delay between
Yeah.
the two. It's kind of funny. Oh, Good night, everybody. It was fun again.
Yeah, thanks everyone for being here.
I'll get all the numbers on the resin extraction crunched and then make up a video so you'll be able to see.
Good night, everybody.
Take care. Oh my goodness.